You know that weird fucking murky yet colorful ass like weird like mud shit from like Mario Sunshine?
Yeah.
It basically looked like that, but like more rainbowish
Hello.
and darker. Yeah,
Alright.
in like a bottle. For reference as well, I didn't. I think I mentioned that as well. If anyone were to consume that, it felt like fuck. It felt like you're drinking almost like sewage water. When it went down. The way Henrietta affected. Yeah. When Henrietta was still in your service, it basically actually looked like proper medicine, and anyone who consumed it actually got like normal flavorless medicine. Thankfully. Because what should you prefer? Would you drink the mysterious liquid that heals you but makes you feel sick as it goes down, or would you prefer actual medicine?
Fair enough. I don't think I've ever figured out what lineage affects though, because I don't know.
Well, you recently just gained one of the ones she affects actually.
That was Conjure Barrage.
Hello, chat.
Hello everyone. How's
Fucking
everyone?
Laura. So what did Alabaster affect? Because I don't think I'm ever gonna get him back into my fucking service.
You do not have anything he would have affected, unfortunately. Though, yeah, no, it's not like you're gonna find out, unfortunately. But that said, how is everyone? How is everyone? Is everyone here?
doing
Well,
fine.
everyone besides Drag.
Drag may
I
appear
don't
here,
know
but he is
stars
not here.
alive.
Shit. Scheiße. The other one have departed. Fuck. We shouldn't have waited for so long. No.
Oh boy. I believe everyone can hear me. Yes.
Yeah.
Checking the stream audio.
Oh, honey, freaking Callie said they're gonna be joining
Okay.
to watch.
Hello.
It's the Cali.
Hold on, let me set the
Nothing's happening
status.
right now because like half the party's missing right now.
So feel free to talk. Yeah. Well, the way you do.
What does that mean?
That Callie doesn't actually talk. Like,
Oh, that's fine.
not you.
I can talk in many different ways.
Yes, weirdo.
I'm not even fucking real.
Yeah.
What? You're real. You're
You're
just
very.
on the other side of the continent.
No, we're in the Matrix. Obviously, none of us are real.
Ah, dang.
Oh,
I'm on a different continent.
I meant in
Yes,
game,
yeah.
but yes, you are.
Actually, which that reminds me, Callie.
Brimdale.
Are you good for tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Because they have their
Should be.
sessions. Yeah, because they have their session. Because yeah, we haven't had their Vergesson sessions the past couple of weeks because of shit going on. But
There's a
hey,
life, brother.
because life exists.
And it's horror.
So I see Drag unmuted.
Nah, he not here, bro.
Undefined.
Just do the recap.
Hold on, he has to find
Alright.
his intro music.
Row, row, fight the power.
No, that's the title screen change.
So long as it's not. So long as YouTube and Twitch won't have an issue with it.
They probably will.
They always
So
do.
long as it's not more than 15 seconds, but YouTube will have less of a bad time with it.
Well,
Wormst.
Well, I say that because YouTube won't mute. Like, see, I
Yep,
called it.
told
I
you.
called it.
Anyways,
Years.
So,
my voice cord wasn't connected, so I had to reconnect it real quick.
There we are. So, last time, after successfully leaving the dungeon and having a party talk about what had all happened in everyone's dreams, explaining the current situation about that and making a decision, we decided it was time to head to Sylvia's home and hopefully get some more answers there before we ever touch any of the additional things we found. As we were making our way, we thankfully avoided a few encounters thanks to the
Hello?
hello DM, are you
Was I
alive?
dying or were you
I
dying?
think you were dying, DM.
Ah, fuck, again! Why does this always happen when we're starting session now? I hate this.
Fair enough. As we made camp for the night, Lehman's tiny hut was cast, and we all slept safely in a good bubble. But on my watch, with, I believe it was the cleric, we saw these wyverns looking all through our cart. And Dead was under the cart, trying his best not to get eaten, because he is walking carrion. After the morning breach, finally they left. And we were able to continue. As we got to the gates of this place. What's her name? I'm really trying to remember the cleric's name.
Sorry.
What is your character's name? I can't.
Syra.
Syra.
Syra. Just
Thought-
scroll up in the chat, dog. It's like right there.
Oh yeah, it is. Thought ahead and decided to cast Sending, which before that, Kellrick went to go scout because no one was at the gate.
And there was signs of a struggle.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, there wasn't signs of struggle.
Even though they said that there was danger afoot.
Yes. Apparently that a monster had gotten in, which either means someone let it in, or summoned it. As that information got to us, thankfully a shot rang, well,
Yes,
not thankfully,
thankfully.
a shot rang out, and thankfully Miss Kellrick. Oof. Okay. As our lady DM freaks the fuck out.
At least you lot were not set on fire when you arrived. But
No,
maybe
that's
there's
happened
still
other
time.
times. That's,
There's still time for that.
if you
We
don't
don't know
think
if they have
Calrick's gonna
Molotov.
be lit on fire at some point.
And that is where we ended our last session. As I accidentally made noise. Apologies, chat.
I think it's very safe bet that Kelrick will be lit on fire at some point. Specifically Kelrick.
Alright. Can any of you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Any of
you.
you hear me?
Can you hear
Yeah.
us?
Okay. I'm going to say half gain additional inspiration today.
Nice.
You get two compared to everyone else.
Who gets
You're
one?
special today.
You think you're better than me,
Yep,
dog?
everyone
Because I
else.
actually remembered what happened last session.
I still have 4.
I had to spend mine recently.
That's said. Yes, I do. Yes, I am allowing for
I only got
stockpiling.
one.
That's said, though.
Also, Star,
Do give me
I'm a special beetle boy.
Huh? Oh. What?
I'm a special beetle boy.
I will say, do give me a bit, as it seems as though I now need to restart my internet, as I'm only getting like 2 to 3 megabyte speed right now. So yeah, no.
Okay.
Well, welcome back, Sam. We've
I'd
gone
say.
I
over
thought you
recap.
said
Talk
something
about
else,
commerce.
half. Also, hello, Sam.
What do you mean? I said I was a
also
special
thought you
beetle
said
boy.
something else.
Okay,
I thought you said something else too.
that's said though. I am going to switch the music here, so at the very least, you guys at least have something.
Mm-hmm.
It's Crescent Moon.
I was just gonna say it's gonna be 007.
Called Tension, so
That said, y'all take care for a bit. I will be briefly dead and then hopefully alive.
Well,
That was busy.
for the meantime, let us try and stall.
alright, now we can say all the nice things we can say about Issa while they're gone.
We evolve beyond the person we were a moment ago.
Silence afterward.
It had to be.
I was trying to. I was trying to get my sentence.
Huh?
With each turn. That's how a drill works.
Fan. With each turn. That's how a drill works.
That's how a drill works.
Fair warning,
I
chat. They're
swear
in a
this
mood.
drill.
They're in
I'm
Shit,
tempted
Or
to
hold
go
on to
warn
the
you,
universe.
the yappers are about to yap hard.
I am tempted to go get Vor's speech and
The
say that.
dreams of those who have fallen, and the hopes of those of yet to come, will come
Who's
together
in the mood? I mean, a mood.
What?
to make a
God
double
damn it,
feeling.
Callie.
And that's Tenken Topa. That's Gord Lagan.
That's good.
My drill is the drill that will create the heaven.
You know, it would be funny if someone either server muted him or threw him into the song mid speech.
If you move me, I will just leave the session.
Fair enough.
I don't know why, but it gave me the same vibes as if you do anything, I will kill us all.
He is that person.
Yeah.
He is that petty.
Also, don't fucking do that. That's kind of rude.
I don't like being moved without my consent.
I don't like being touched. Don't touch me.
No touch me.
Don't touch.
I know who you are.
Oh, that's right. We also got another new companion in the form of a card summon.
I thought you were talking about Dad.
Harriet.
Yeah, we're gonna see how she does today.
No, you're
By
not.
the way,
my
did you
goat,
mention that fucking
Remember how
those
she's
two
not a
girls
full
evolved?
summon.
Oh, yeah, they
I did
grew up, bro.
not. They grew
Somebody
up.
told them. Someone told them, "Come on, kids, grow up." So they did.
The way Issa described it is that she's a token monster from Yu-Gi-Oh.
I summon.
She is like equivalent
Dark magician.
of like a new summon that needs to be trained up.
I summon.
Like
NBA young boy Cardi.
But otherwise, I think they're just like a normal person right now with like no benefits that they're supposed to have.
Because I have MBA Youngboy on this field.
I summon
I can
root beer.
special summon from my hand.
I can special summon from the graveyard.
Oh.
King Rod.
Oh my
King
god, you
Vaughn,
two.
the Torment Vaughn.
All I know is that the next time I get a new card, it is going towards the last normal summon of my group.
You get a card and you just steal someone's soul from the priest.
Be thy soul.
Me a summon.
Oh no,
Obelisk!
oh no, our party member just died, and I have a blank card.
No.
With your
Monster
dying breath,
reborn!
with your dying breath, you make a contract with me.
No, let me die.
Monster,
Quickly.
Hell
Monster
no.
reborn!
Hell no is the correct answer, Callie.
Fuck you. I dies anyways.
Will you make a contract with me so that you may live? No.
No.
I literally
dies.
rather die than be a servant to you.
No,
Goodbye.
look at this world. Do you think I want to be here?
I
Even
put,
though it's not really
two
much
fingers
of
to
being
my
a
head,
servant,
I
considering
got
how
him.
considering how he treats his summons more like friends than anything.
I will
Yeah.
say, the big thing is,
Hell to the
spiritually,
no.
Batoris would never take that fucking offer.
I'd rather boom my shit, you know.
I don't even know
See,
if I'd
that's
even
why-
be able to do
Yeah.
that. I feel like I should be able to
That's
because
why Drag's
the whole-
character doesn't have to act, he just rips soul out forcefully.
I imagine that I should be able to do that because the whole thing is that all my summons are contracted
back.
to me, quote unquote. So I feel like, as a last resort, if someone is dying, as to making that contract with them at the last second, could potentially allow them to be reborn as a
Hell cannot
Summon.
keep Kuyo's soul in place for long.
I live again, I think.
Hi.
Okay, that said,
I just wanted to ask you
Alright.
later, Issa, because I know I have something to talk to you about my summoning shit, but that can wait till later.
It can
Yeah.
wait for now.
Isn't most of your party suicidal though?
What?
No.
What?
They might as well be.
What
I
are
don't
you
know what
talking
you're
about,
on.
dog? What are you
None
on?
of us are suicidal.
Yes.
Are you-
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Sam.
I know.
Sam.
so, all that being said, we now return to the scene. As Kodak, I believe you were trying to take some level of cover
Yeah. So,
as... Yes.
which side of the wall did the shot hit on?
So from what you can tell, you were fine, and then all of a sudden, just like this portion of the wall just here just suddenly just exploded.
It rips.
As you heard like something comparable to like a crack of thunder ring out not moments ago.
Yeah.
You better run the fuck back.
Just move to the other side of the wall.
All right. That said, with that, you all have been alerted. So I am going to say this: you all are allowed one action before I track initiative.
I want to try and see where it came from.
All right. Roll
One
me
action,
either. Okay. In that case, roll me either investigation or insight.
Insight.
Or if you have proficiency in it, roll perception.
I actually do not have proficiency in perception, but I do in insight.
With a 15, Kelric, you made the smart move. From the direction of which the explosion comes from, it definitely looks like the side you're on was most likely where the sniper was seeing you from. So you can definitely tell that their shot came more northward, but don't know where exactly.
I am a dumbass. Why did I not
All right.
pick up that fucking spell?
All right, Kelric, that is your turn.
Yep.
Syra, I believe I heard you had something you want to do.
Well, I can't fucking do it because I don't fucking have. I thought I had the invisibility spell. I was just gonna be like, I'll buy you visuals, but I don't have it.
Your mother. Damn. Okay. Shit.
Well, technically, I was gonna go and see if I could get people.
The vine
but
disappears.
I don't have the invisibility spell.
I have something I want to do, which is Cloak is gonna look to Harius with an apologetic look while saying, "Sorry, Harius. A mobile wall, I think, will be more fitting in this situation." As he holds up Garbage's card.
Alright.
Does she say anything?
He simply nods, but doesn't say anything, given the predicament of the situation, and she will. And I take it you dismiss her.
Yep, I dismiss and under my and instead of saying it out loud like a idiot, I'm gonna under my breath speak freaking Garbage's command summon and then summon Garbage. Where is he?
I will do this though,
Hold on, where is?
because that's
It's
fucking
30
smart.
What?
feet from.
Twilight Sanctuary. Understood. Alright.
I'm double checking if I got the right spot.
So that means that
Mm.
everyone in a 30-foot radius should be affected by this fuck, which is basically everyone here except for Colin.
Yep.
That's the wrong thing. Hold on.
The majority of your party is in fact covered in your Twilight domain. Also, straight line, motherfucker.
Roll
1d6 plus your
a
clerical level.
d6 plus my cleric level, which should be, I think, 4,
We're-
5.
So we're level 5, so it's a 3. Cause it rounds up.
Level 5.
So it's either a 2 or a 3.
No, it's just
what?
plus
You talking
cleric
about?
level, it's not rounded.
Oh, plus the clerical, so you're
Fuck
5.
you talking about?
I'm so used to these things saying half your level.
It's plus your current. It's just.
Roll the d6.
So let me do that. Give me a second. I gotta open the advanced roller.
Or you can just roll d6 and.
Fuck this game. Everyone gets a
Fuck.
6.
That's better than nothing.
So, for some reason, I have 30 temporary hit points.
Because of the sandwich.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Okay.
I do
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah,
And
but that doesn't cross over. You're fine.
If
You're
I
fine,
remember, one
dog.
of the. I think one of the sandwiches also gave AC too. I can't remember.
that was the one that was the previous one we no longer
That was
have.
the Yeah, that was the previous day, unfortunately.
That will be up until for a minute, so that'll be a couple rounds.
10 rounds.
Yep.
It does refresh on your turn.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Right, that said, though, that is an action from
You guys
Kelric
can
and
do that,
Syra,
roll it.
as well as
Hold on,
Cloak.
Your. He said 30
So-
feet, yeah, so.
Okay, so that was okay. So an action has been taken to take cover and insight. An action has been taken to activate Twilight Sanctuary. An action has been taken to summon and dismiss a servant. I need the rest of you three. The rest of you three. I need
Make my
Taurus.
monster grow.
You want to go big?
Make my
the power of
monster
grow.
grow.
Maybe leave the card first.
Become big.
I mean, I think that's implied.
Yeah.
By the honor of Grayskull.
All right, Batoris moves. Understood.
Ada, and
What?
Oh, that was
Oh,
some
you're
bad
on-
lag
you're
there.
fucking on me. Get off. Ah.
Meow.
I do
Can you
have
flip?
a idea to-
Understood. I will flip you. I will flip you.
I do have an idea to fucking move the cart, but I don't know how. Well, it's smart, but y'all just gotta lay low, you know?
All right, and Syra will. I see.
Oh,
Okay.
I guess,
The fucking cart move, actually.
Yes. Okay, and Celia. Wait, where'd Celia go? Oh, there's Celia.
check we have the stat block for it.
Yes, we do. I
It doesn't
genuinely
have
forgot
anything
'cause
on it.
really
Oh, it doesn't have a
uses-
speed on it.
Fuck.
Thank you, Callan.
DM, what would you share this? What was the speed of this? What's the speed of this cart?
If memory serves, I believe it went roughly 80 to roughly 80 feet.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
She can only move 40 feet, so.
Okay. No,
I'm just-
why are you over there? Don't go over there. Sorry about that. Organizational skills of the DM is screaming. Anyway.
You're fine.
Linus can
You're allowed
move,
to scream.
can do her own action, right?
Unfortunately, because unfortunately they are your summons right now. So
You have
no.
to command them.
No.
Which is a bonus.
The entities that are considered pets, however, yes.
Oh, yeah, Thomas. I don't know why it wouldn't let me zoom in for some reason. Where the fuck is Thomas?
Thomas is dead. Thomas got shot. Thomas got shot.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Thomas
that's
got
right!
shot. That's true.
I forgot.
First of
Yeah, no, I
all,
forgot for a second. Like,
somebody
wait a
clip
second.
that,
Where did
please.
Thomas go? Like, oh right, yeah, 2 shots
Oh,
happened.
please, somebody.
They
clip
got
the
Thomas, but
story.
they missed
Thomas is dead.
Kelrick.
Ah, that was so annoying. Thomas is dead. Straight up.
Thomas
The
went
accident
to
wasn't
scout
your
out.
fault. The
Look,
accident.
Wait, no.
I'll
I
tell
remember
you.
now. I remember now. Thomas went to scout ahead, and by the time they got a message back to you, it was like,
Yeah, give me a second. What is
I see ya.
Thomas has canonically
Oh,
died
hold on.
twice.
Kelrick saw it
hold on.
firsthand.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Kithany can also do fine criminal. Okay.
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out what.
Kithany summons another Thomas.
No.
I mean, it would make sense.
Summon another Thomas. Thomas, get out there.
So. Kithany has proficiency in stealth. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna have Kithany stealth and then move her 30 feet.
Thomas says, please.
All
no
right.
more
Let me see that roll.
stories.
14.
14.
Not bad.
Not bad, not great.
14?
And she's stealth, so let me make sure she's at least has the icon for that. There we go, little ninja. You get a little ninja, Kithany. Kuyo. What is Q doing?
Cosm doesn't respond to anything drag.
Drag? Drag?
I think he's dead, bro.
Oh
I think his
shit.
voice might be
Enjoy
dead.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
No!
because
Thomas
the last
was dying.
time, because the last time he said anything, his voice got all really bad and robotic-y, and then
Shit.
We'll wait.
Alright, well, I'll say in the very least for Dead, who counts as a companion here. He is going to hold an action. Putting faith in Syra's abilities.
Don't do that.
Unfortunately, he was a knight. So faith is second nature to him.
Fucker's gonna get obliterated by a sniper, dude. What are you talking about?
I once had faith in my king. Now I have faith in you.
So, also, what the other thing that Cloak does, because I saw my movement, he just drops prone inside the cart.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna.
Oh no! You only had like you only had the singular action.
Oh.
Yeah, drop moving.
No. As in like.
Hello, Drag.
yeah,
I
no,
heard you. I heard you.
Okay. Hello, drag.
Oh,
Yeah.
movement.
So
Surprise.
yeah. Yeah. So okay, we know what Kuryo is doing. What are you gonna have Q do?
She was gonna
like-
follow her old man's example.
She could grow.
No,
Oh.
she's
I
gonna.
thought
She's gonna step on and look intimidated. She's gonna get in front of people like.
You know,
She's gonna get in front of people and get.
gremlin.
you know,
Well,
I
no,
apparently
she's-
they make this clear enough. So I guess I will allow this. Cloak. Gmod ragdoll effect. You're prone now.
Oh,
Well,
He's like, you know what? Don't worry
about it, man.
screw this. I might as well allow this. Given who you're all fighting. But yeah.
who are we fucking fighting? Vash Stampeded? The fuck?
I hope the fuck not.
Alright, that said though, you all
I
have
would like
taken
to
your
live.
actions.
Not the human typhoon.
Excuse me as I get a couple things set up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3,
Make sure
4,
that people
5.
don't have-
If I remember correctly, I can still do ranged attack. I can still do ranged attack from prone, right?
Yeah.
which is actually way better because that means that they get.
All right, give me a second
Unless
here
they're
to
also
make
flying.
sure shit is cleared.
Okay.
All right, everyone, roll initiative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tiffany goes on my turn, right?
Crisp and clean.
Yes, yes. Pets and certain companions do go on your turn.
Holy shit, Cloak.
Which actually, in this case, Kuyo, do you want Dead to go on your turn, or do you want him to have his own turn?
My turn. For sure.
Okay. Okay.
That got a dog
In which case, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I ask initiative from you, please?
Who?
Kuyo, can you roll initiative, please?
Oh.
Kuyo.
We do Obama.
No, God.
Oh, I see why
Who
this.
said that?
I see why this
That was
ability
Reese.
you gave Tiffany is only once per
God damn.
Encounter because of the fact that it doesn't have a range limit.
Mr. Kuyo, Mr. Drag,
I think he was breaking up again.
please?
Ah,
Yeah,
fuck.
I think he's gonna die Joe Fucko.
It always happens during sessions.
It really does.
Also, I'm gonna be using an inspiration, by the way.
Oh, you're gonna reroll that?
Quick
Mhm.
question, Issa.
Yes.
There we go.
Faceless fake step. If you don't have a range in listening, so does that mean that I can let that it can happen at any range?
That's better.
It's better.
So, okay, hang on. Let me double check. Hang on. Let me
Once per
get to
encounter,
case.
the faceless proxy can attempt a targeted stealth roll at advantage. If the roll is higher than a target's passive perception, the faceless proxy will appear
Okay,
behind
yeah.
them.
So essentially, they need to have a target. They need to have a target selected and do a stealth roll at advantage. If it is,
So they need to see them themselves. Okay.
yes, they need to actually see them themselves.
And that
And
once encounter is because of is a good balance because it can be done at any range.
Yeah. Yeah, no. But that said, okay. Alright, that's everyone. So I'm going to now roll these fuckers. How dare you? Roll 20. Stop crunching fucking files. Okay. Okay. Let's get you, and finally you.
More than
All
one
right.
sniper.
All right. It is not your turn, Cloak, unfortunately.
Oh boy.
As this is going to be aimed at Kelrick.
Figured.
Thankfully you do have 3/4 cover right now. So that is so let's see how that goes. Oh, now you start. There's a 23 hit.
Yes.
Well, it was nice knowing you,
Okay.
Kelrick.
Okay. Rolling their damage. And because that attack was successful, and because they do not have a thing, this will actually reveal them. So give me a second as I actually fucking grab this motherfucker.
Oh, they're on the roof. All right, chill.
That
What the fuck is that?
The
Hold on,
Grim
give me a
Reaper,
second.
because I assume Kelrick just got downed.
Well, let's.
So remember when
What's
I said we
the
were fighting
damage?
Trash Stampede?
So, Mr. Kelrick,
Yeah.
that is 13 piercing
Okay.
and 5 force damage.
Ow. So
18 total.
18.
okay.
Yeah, that is an 18 total.
My brain
Good
is.
thing you have 30 freaking.
Motherfucker just gave away his position.
Yep.
Oh, also, I'm assuming he has higher dex than 3 then.
I'm not saying shit. Anyway, but
Oh, you have
As-
to, because
that's it though. Kelrick, same second verse, same as the first. As you're taking cover, suddenly the portion of wall that you were hiding behind suddenly just explodes as there's another thunderous crack that follows behind it, not a second after. As you're struck, you thankfully now are able to get a good sight of who your assailant is.
It is specifically me that sees him at this point. But Kelrick would easily call out about him.
Yep. Because this wall is higher. This wall is higher than the buildings. For obvious reasons. Protection.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But yes, that said though, they are going to reposition. They're going to move 5, 10, 15, using some of their climbing speed to safely descend. And then they're going to take cover. And they're going to bonus action reload. That said, that is their turn. Loke, now it is your turn.
So it is a one-shot rifle. Unless it's 3 because I had shot 3 times, or there's more than one thing. Let's say. What is dark?
I didn't lose line of sight. They're just in cover. That doesn't mean it's full cover.
They're behind a building.
Alright, so obviously I'm gonna use my bonus action to command.
Oh no, they're still on the roof. They're just on the lower portion of the
Oh,
roof.
I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Command the big man to move forward so that people have cover.
Understood.
Obviously follow.
Does
Lineage.
not, okay.
The walls are too big, right?
The walls are fairly high.
Taller than that building back there. I'll be a problem.
Whether if I have line of sight or not, I can't do anything to that guy.
Be out of your range.
Magic missile's 120 feet.
Yeah, he's out of your range.
Yeah, I think it's definitely on a limited range. Even for a blind shot in that direction, trying to do like the archer thing. Okay. Garbage is going to hold their action for like what would be the term here? A defensive action or whatever it is. Prep their shield.
Dodge action. You could dodge it here to increase the AC.
Oh, okay, dodge action then. Cause that should.
Not increase his AC, but give them disadvantage on hurting him.
Mm-hmm.
Because like he's just basically being a wall, so it's flavored as instead of dodging, he just
shields up.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
You know what? Just for a Hail Mary here, Linus is gonna Hail Mary a shot in this guy's direction.
Alright, that is going to be at disadvantage because I think that's past her. I'm pretty sure that's
her range. Her max range. Her max is 80.
Okay, yeah, no.
You said the wall was higher than the building?
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's doing a Hail Mary shot over the wall.
Oh yeah, that's a hell of a Hail Mary.
Yeah, it is a hell of a Hail Mary, but archers do that all the time.
Not always, but hey.
Forgot to
add 24, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
disadvantage.
Oh, right, yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
11 does not hit.
Oh, wait, no, hold on. He is not within 5 feet of a person. Fuck.
Oh, yeah, no.
That she has that.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, otherwise that would have been a straight roll. Damn. Alright.
This thing she can attack 2 more times. And she's already used all her movement speed, and so I can't, in chess rules, I can't make her walk back 5 feet.
No. Alright. Is there anything else on your turn?
She-
17.
Lynette still can attack two more times.
Alright, 17 against this man. And given the strat, given his cover, that will not hit, unfortunately.
That definitely won't hit either.
Nope.
But these are Hail Mary shots. He's not expecting them to hit at all. For me, I'm still reading this spell here. Uh, 60 feet. That's more than 60 feet, so it won't work. I was trying to think of use darkness as my main action, but doesn't really work here. I'm prone, so I'm not gonna bother using invisibility. I'm gonna just use my specialness to resummon Famus.
Alright. Where are you summoning Famus?
It's 30 feet within near me, right? If I remember correctly.
Yes. What? So yeah. Somewhere within your 30 feet of range, you can summon Famus.
Famus will spawn on top of a Doris.
Alright. Let's see here. And yep. Okay. And yep. Taurus gets the. And with Taurus, you have the child Famus suddenly spawn on you. Like. Ugh. Famus doesn't want to get shot again.
Yeah, which is why as their first action from coming back, because from a summoned familiar can use its actions.
Yep.
They're going to use invisibility.
Alright. Which case, Famus is currently cloaked.
Yeah, they don't have a bonus action.
Alright. Is there anything else for your turn, Cloak?
That is everything. I'm just gonna stay here, prone in the garden.
Delia, your turn.
Cool. Well.
Memory
Distance is
serve.
a bitch.
It really goddamn is.
That's
If
so
memories-
far away, dog.
If memory serves you, I think I do vaguely recall that you did summon a Sil weapon before end of session. Which one was it again? Was it spear or the gun? Oh, okay.
The gun doesn't help in this instance because its max range is 90. Like I can't do anything but move closer to him, and if I move closer to him, I reveal myself to other people as well that are more likely than not on the map, which is not great. There's no real.
I just
way of
realized
telling
something
that this-
very bad. We're being drawn
What?
into a kill box.
Yeah, we are. You know what? Fuck it. We ball.
I'm not stuck in here with you. You're stuck
Yeah.
here with me.
You're stuck in here with me.
Casting the third level already. Alright.
I have access to them, and I only have 2 spell slots. All of my spells are 3rd level spells.
Alright.
Oh yeah, you're a warlock.
Cast and fly on yourself.
I am casting Fly on Batoris.
Oh.
Actually,
you
no.
beetle?
Hold on. I'm casting Fly on Kuyo.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
no.
thought so.
Oh no.
Enjoy, Kuyo. You now have 60 feet of movement. Fly it.
Yes, sir!
Batoris, you know it's the better choice, and I'm sorry.
His turn is next.
It is also worth noting that Kuyo doesn't have a ranged option.
Yeah.
That is true. I do have my other
He
pistol
needs
still.
to get as far as he
Yeah.
can.
And
You know what? I should probably get a rifle at some point. I'm gonna loot this motherfucker.
I'll say that I wanted to cast Fly on myself as the first time I ever used it in combat, but it's better on him, so it'll be on him. I have a gun. I can't do anything with it.
We also have hopes and prayers.
I guess I moved what 10 feet. I guess I'll move. You know what? I'll just stay where I'm at. No, I'll.
You have a wall in
I'll
front of
move
you,
here.
aka yeah.
And
You just get
then bonus
telepathically,
actions? I
Kithany
don't
just
do
says,
bonus
"Hi."
action. Hello, Kithany.
It's very loud here.
Indeed. Yeah, I don't do bonus actions. I'm a warlock. Fucking.
Damn.
Yeah, pass. But hey, go, my
Fly, you
iron
fool.
giant. Fly, you idiot.
Superman.
Enjoy your 70. Enjoy your 70 fly speed.
60.
60 fly suit.
60. but yeah.
Unarmored movement, right?
No,
Oh, shit,
you
right.
just
No.
get 60 feet for
I
the
just get
durable.
60 feet of flight.
Ah, so you don't get
It
the
doesn't
bonus
add,
from the unarmored.
it doesn't add your movement.
Alright.
Yeah,
So it
'cause-
passes, ends their turn. Kuyo, hey buddy. That
Like-
fly speed you got. You got fly speed, don't you? What you doing?
Yeah, like the scene from Asura's Wrath, the way Ashura flies. Kuyo reaches two hands back, punches the floor, and uses the recoil to launch himself into the air.
Alright.
You could take your child with you.
They are a willing
Okay.
creature.
Can she hold on? Can she like
You
grab on?
grab her.
You
You have two sets of hands.
If you command her to if you command her, yes, she will in fact hop on.
Cute to me. Punches floor. Can I look around to see if I can find the assailant?
Roll me a perception check.
I will roll one for myself. Kadoosh.
Oh,
Ouch.
I guess I'll use my inspiration.
that makes sense.
I mean, I didn't use any of them last time because I'm built like you know.
Yeah, but how tall is this wall? Are they walls, by the way?
There we go. That's better.
They're
How
like
tall are they
they're
walls?
like 100 feet. They're like 100 feet. All right. 22. What is the DC for these items again?
Also, I'll roll for Q since she's on my BX.
All right. That will beat actually. You with a 13 does not make it. Okay.
Q doesn't see it.
Q doesn't see anything. However, Kuyo with a 22 beating the DC. You will note that there is a faint shimmering around here and here.
I see. Understandable. Like a cannonball, Kuyo will. I'll use my action dash to.
Or never mind.
What?
Thought you were gonna fastball special Q.
No. What's trickier? The one in front was no. I'll leave you guys the one that's close there. Kuyo will use his action dash to boom land exactly where he saw the glimmer.
All right. As you do so, you now proc a held action from this individual.
That's perfectly fine.
As let's see. Actually, since you're
my rival worm.
Actually, since you're aware of their position,
They wouldn't
yeah,
get
no, actually,
any bonuses from shenanigan.
Okay, this is actually all right. This is Pater. They get one of these for free.
What? For freedom.
Wait, why would he have advantage?
He's it's his only resource.
What? Huh?
Oh, it's
This is a named NPC.
why
Yeah,
did he
like
get
my
advantage
follow,
on that though?
He has a thing that essentially allows him 1 advantage per combat.
Oh,
Interesting.
As we now reveal this one, as he's attacked and thus undoing his cloak.
There's only one
as
cloak around here.
As you just see revealed to you a glance he's somehow holding one-handed, silvered, as it just kind of just manages to glance you enough to deal damage. As he just now looks to you and just like, well then, on to you, biggin.
Let's see. We round down here, right?
Yes.
Quill just walk over to this man and go, I take it you're hostile.
Depends. That depends. You associate that sailor over there?
What's
really
it to
gotta
be?
change your get up, dog.
I guess they're foes for the moment. As Kuyo, is there anything else for your turn?
That was my action to dash over there.
Yep.
But I have hands.
Yep, and you still have Q.
I also still have Q, who hasn't used her turn yet. So it's time for some father-daughter bonding. As Q's gonna like hop off, get next to this guy. Q's gonna go here, crack knuckles. When I'm done with you, I'm gonna get your friend over there. As he like one of his arms will like thumb back towards where he saw the other glimmer over here.
It's like, it's always the zealous types that are the most hard to deal with.
Don't worry, I won't kill you. As I will take my one swing with my unarmed strike, because it's the only bonus action I have. Not advantage is flanking.
That's
What they say. Spunk.
As you deal 13 damage to him.
It's his turn.
Hard hitter, aren't you?
Q. Stab him. Kill him now. Let's see. Let's see. Fighting style, 2-weapon fighting, and very.
Oh yeah, no. All right. Another D4 because of size bonus.
I don't have that. That's not how this works. This is not the Rune Knight.
Pretorius, you're
giant
Pretorius,
thing.
you're wrong.
This is a different thing.
Wait, is Pretorius wrong? Oh no.
Well, no, this is a sizing ruling. You got one size larger, you get a D4 from your size bonus if we're going.
Is that a based rule?
If we're going with the enlarge and reduce ruling, the spell.
Listen, this is Issa's game. I don't know. All I know is that the thing says I don't get a damage boost, so I didn't add a damage.
That is fair. Okay, I thought there was a base ruling thing that I fucking was missing for a second. Like, oh no.
I'll get the ruling. While I'm waiting on my turn, I'll get the ruling.
I mean, Kali's looking it up as well, so let's see who's faster. Anyway,
thank you, Kali.
Let's see here. Great King's sword, sealed. It's a flail now. She's going to bonk.
24 will hit.
15 bludgeoning damage.
And because it is dread.
Yes, to make it
Okay.
17.
Okay, fear condition. Oh, actually, we're in a frightened condition. Oh right, Pater. Okay, Pater actually has advantage on this. That's okay. Let's see if he makes it. Yes, he does with a natural 20.
Awesome.
Wait. Oh, I didn't mean to re-roll his
Make the
initiative.
save again.
Okay, hang on. Let me make sure he's just 10 again. Make the DC again. Okay, so Red Painter, you heard him. Do it again. 15. That unfortunately does not meet. As Pater is going to be affected with the frightened condition.
For 6
Yep.
turns.
Alright, for 6 turns.
And because my proficiency bonus is 3, Q can make 1 more attack.
5, 6, 7, 8. So that is 28 already. Jesus.
You can make 1 more attack.
Alright, go ahead.
Great Aether! Another 24.
That hits. Jesus.
Bonk. 16.
Minus 16, and he is already affected or frightened, and that does not stack here.
They jump in me.
As he's looking a bit roughed up, he's just like, it's stronger than I expected. As is
I
there
suggest you
anything
make
else
this easier to fold. As that will be. Wait, hold on. That goes on my turn, correct?
Yes, I'm asking. Yeah, no, that's part of the reason I'm asking if you're ending your turn.
Yes. No. Why can't I select that?
Oh, because that is actually his his own entity in this instance. But he, So take it as the end. Take it as the end of your turn.
Yes, it is the end of my turn.
All right, at the end of your turn, that is going to, because he's not in range of anyone, he's not going to attack, but he is going to bonus action necrotize.
Gasp.
Yes, and he's going to hold an action to swing. Styra, it is your turn.
Mr. DM, I have a question.
Yes, what is your question?
If I move the cart, will that be my movement as well, or would it be an action?
It is the cart's movement as an action there.
Alright, then.
Yes.
I would have to use.
No. So that's going to be that would be the carts. However, because it is under your control, that is a bonus action.
So it's treated like a mount.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yes.
All right, then, cool, awesome, great. Then I will move this bitch.
What's its max range, by the way? Because it's not listed on the card sheet.
80.
80. And because it is 80. It is 80 for this. And additionally, because it is considered an ally vehicle in this instance, I will say you will not run over your friends if you pass through their squares.
Thank God, that'd be so fucking.
Move, bitch, get out the way.
I'm going to
get out the way, bitch.
But this bitch, right?
Almost dies a second time.
And
gets run over by
All right, everyone take 48 bludgeoning damage. No, I'm joking.
Oh, that's so fucking sucks. If I go right here and get like quarter cover, can I see this guy?
Technically yes.
Okay, cool, awesome.
Since we're sharing the carts thing. Also, you might want to move dead because if he's still on the cart.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he was still on the cart. So yeah, no, he's over here.
Where is it? Fuck. That guy that's frightened.
Yep.
Whole person.
Hold person. All right, and this is another wisdom
Is it
saving
DC?
throw. Yes, this is another
It is a
wisdom saving
DC
throw.
16.
Oh
Did
boy.
Kuyo point out the guy that's supposed to be here?
Yes, he did.
Okay.
I mean, that's why I was
So
if I get.
I believe the frightened condition. This would normally put him at disadvantage, but because of what Pater has on him, this is done at normal. So let's see if he
fuck
makes
okay.
it. Nah, he's held.
Kuya, you know what time it is.
Petrificus totalis!
Stop right there,
Uh,
criminal scum.
Where are
That
the
means whatever
chains?
attack. It's a crit.
There's the chains as Pater just feeling the magic just kind of start to affect him. He's like, "Oh, they haven't."
Stop right there, criminal scum. You posted cringe. Time to lose subscribe.
No.
I now need to make a roll.
Wait, anyways. He's not prone. It is still a crit.
Oh no.
That's kind of fucked, actually.
All right. Is there anything else for your turn, Syra?
I use my bonus action on my action. That's it.
That's it. Pretorius, it is your turn.
All right, first up, bonus action.
Fly, Pretorius.
Mhm.
Fly.
Be free.
I don't have that anymore.
Missy step. All right.
You know what?
Getting
Makes
here?
so much sense.
Thomas is mounted with you, so
Then regular movement to get here.
understood.
I have 30-foot blind sense.
Yes, you do. You do not have anyone with that procs that currently outside of your allies. Straight lines, motherfucker. Good.
These straight lines?
It's not a radius. It should be square.
Oh, square?
Yeah.
There you go.
For my sight.
Better.
He does have the aura up, so I do thankfully have visual representation.
I don't see the order. Okay.
At this point, I just think you should action dash to like one of the little stuff to hide. It'd be better for your next advance.
I also have my
Especially if you can't do
pistol.
anything.
Yes. Everyone's favorite firearm, the pestle.
My pistol.
Yeah, the
My
pestle. man.
flintlock. Yeet.
The pepper box, as they would say.
I don't own a pepper box. That's different.
Thank God.
That would be bad if you had.
However,
Go
let me remeasure something. That actually is within my reach. So I'm actually going to dash to get up here.
I think you should be behind that shit, because I think you might have.
All right.
cover.
Still cover.
He still is
Given-
behind it though.
So, given you do have blind sight and such, and given the fact that Courier did mention it earlier, as mentioned before, there's someone right there.
Oh, cool. That's why we're gonna do this.
Oh yeah, I forgot you.
Action surge. All
And
right.
then I
what do
just-
you do?
Matter.
As I'm like looking over here, my head just juts into that direction, pulls the pistol out.
All right.
Oh no,
It
it is
fires.
just an auto crit. Never mind.
All right.
Fucking.
All right. Roll that attack.
Do I have flame shot anymore? Hold on, let me check.
Yeah.
No, I do not. I have to use regular shot.
Star, were you talking about hold person in the rulings
It
on
should be.
the other
It's a
crits?
paralyzed. Is it not the
It's-
paralyzed?
It's within 5 feet.
Uh,
5 feet.
I'm gonna use
Oh,
inspiration.
within 5 feet.
10 will miss,
Okay,
but if you're
cool.
using inspiration, re-roll that shit.
You know what? You are right. Because I'm reading this now.
17 does not make it.
Damn, really?
Yep.
Fuck are they wearing?
It'll be fairly obvious once they're revealed.
But yeah, they just a shot goes past the invisible figure.
All right. Is there anything else you're going to do for your turn?
Well,
Oh,
I
don't you have extra
have-
attack?
yes I do. But
How fuck-
I can only shoot, and then I'd have to reload.
Damn.
Oh,
How
yeah,
fucked
that's
would
right,
it be if
'cause
this
you
is
don't have
border
the-
patrol and we're just fucking
Because you don't
attacking them?
have, because you don't have gunner or whatever the one is.
No, I don't have gunner.
Let's
I am
see.
going to. I can't do anything else, honestly, unless I want to knock over a wall, which I do not want to get rid of cover. So that is my turn.
Probably don't do that, yeah.
All right. At the end of your turn, Kelrick, it is your turn.
All right.
We got it.
So, it was pointed out where the other invisible guy is, right?
Yeah, he's
I
like.
believe so. Yes.
I don't know
Either-
exactly which square he says pointing between every.
He's around here. He's around
The
Yeah,
here.
spells I want to use aren't going to work too much because because you know it requires line of sight, and I can't see them.
You
Why
can't
didn't I
see
think about that? I
him,
could've-
but you can see the area around him, supposedly.
Smokescreen.
I could have casted see and invisibility.
So-
Fuck.
I'd be over. I could make it there. I'll head
Yep.
over here, and well,
Still behind cover. Good for you.
I can't see him. He can see me. So color spray.
Damn.
Color spray.
Fuck.
15-foot cone.
Motherfucker said a rainbow.
Necrotic rainbow.
That's not close enough, I think.
That
We don't know.
What?
That's the thing.
That is so small.
are you committing to this?
It's. Can you?
Actually,
if you upcast it, does it increase your range? No, it doesn't. That sucks.
Are you committing to this action, Kelrick?
Why don't you just smokescreen the area?
You know, I know. I'm gonna commit to the action. I've said I would do it. I'll commit to it.
You don't hit them.
Yeah, perfect.
I'm sorry, my son.
Look.
I'm sure.
That is such a tiny radius. What the hell?
Yeah, 15 feet is not all that far in D&D.
Nope.
It's not all that far in real life either.
Unfortunate, yeah.
It's not that big. It's a very small radius.
You're meant
Oh,
to be
I'm going
Cone.
to. I'm going to assume I was like 1 block away.
I will not
he's-
confirm until it's their turn.
I think he's like in one of these 4 blocks here.
Let's see.
He's-
Is there any bonus action?
Did you have anything you can do
I-
as a bonus action?
I know I have something that is a bonus action. I don't know if I can use it. Yeah, they're spells anyway, so I can't.
Yeah, if it's a leveled spell, then no, I'm sorry, man.
If it was a cantrip, you could, but there's not
Unfortunately.
many bonus action cantrips.
Alright.
Just going to stay behind this wall.
Alright. At the end of your turn. Matoris, you will sense this figure, obviously. As they are going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm not
8.
seeing where you're moving them.
Oh,
And it's actually really important that I know where they are.
I forgot to be on token
Well,
like
guys,
that. But yeah,
I'm
they're
gonna get
moving
jumped.
here.
I can see it already.
They're moving here.
Oh, never mind. Thank God.
Did they move past me? Within 15 feet of me.
So they moved here and here.
They moved like a knight? Okay.
Yep. This would make sense
Fucking
as
Okay.
as now moving next to Kuyo.
Don't worry, bitch. I know you're there.
Yep.
I saw you.
And cardinal direction rules.
I can smell you.
So this is at advantage, but because you already are aware that
I mean,
he is
he's a big creature. Is he not?
here, he is going. These scrolls will be made to public because you are aware he's here. And because flanking rules, cardinal directions, swing once.
Also, if he's invisible.
Oh, it's
What
this
the
guy,
fuck?
the guy you were talking about that you hate.
Yep.
Okay.
Slit.
Does that hit?
Weird ass name.
That's
So-
the
Alright.
enemy's name.
I have a question. If a
Yeah.
character
He's
is
dying.
paralyzed, can he be counted for flanking?
He shouldn't be, because they can't threaten.
It's still 25 though. So
Well,
it doesn't really
I
matter.
mean, yeah, it's still 25, but just
Okay.
setting for future president.
Understood.
He shouldn't be able to be counted
Understood.
in the use of flanking.
You can do anything.
Does a 20 hit?
Nope.
All right. I will.
Also, my Constitution
Thank
save. for the bleed in.
All right. You do not take bleed damage, but you do take 10 slashing.
5
Are you
slashing.
raging?
Ah, yes. My bad. My bad.
You know I'm raging because I'm big.
That's
All
right.
right.
What the fuck?
As he,
5, bruh.
What Yu-Gi-Oh fucking card is this?
Just Christ.
Oh, that's what you
Monster.
put.
He looks like a.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
Hey, it's
He
Darkblade.
He looks like a Monster Hunter guy.
as
That's-
you
that's-
see
That's what
him,
you-
as
that's
you
in the
see
chat
him
box.
quickly just sheath the swords that are oddly shaped back in their sheaths. You're just going. He is like looking at you with menace in his eyes as he now just grabs onto the large blade on his back and screams to you, Kiryu, "Get away from my companion, you filthy foxstud!"
Rude.
I was like, what?
That's a 26.
Wait, bitch gets 3 attacks?
He has 3 attacks.
Ugh.
That's
So fester.
All right.
Festering.
This. Oh, that didn't show, but that is a 16 Constitution save. Which, yep. Oh, that is 9 slashing and 5 bleed. But because of reduce, that will be 4 slashing and 5 bleed. So that is just 9
I'll
damage.
be back. I'm being asked to do something.
It's cool. We'll just look at this man and be like, "Oh, so you finally decided to show yourself, coward."
I was
As
really
I
hoping that he had a turn
will
before
ask-
Kelrick.
So I will actually ask Kelrick
Yeah.
and whoever has religion proficiency, make either a history or religion check.
Oh boy. Let's see.
History or religion, you said?
Yes, history or religion check.
Ah,
Do I have
both of those are 0.
I would be surprised if you don't have religion.
Both of those are 4.
19.
And they're the same fucking row.
19. All right. Syra? 24. Not
That's
supposed to be
still a
advantage,
20.
but that's still good. That's
Apparently.
still good.
That's
It was
bad.
not a high DC, but
Still a 20. Go back.
Kelrick, Syra, Festard. That is a more common dialect, derogatory term for someone who is a known believer of fucking Schnitterism. Moreover, that is commonly used of hunters of Seele.
So we don't kill this guy. Okay, cool.
No, we try and convince them that we're not that somehow. I'm going to have my work cut out for me.
Yeah.
I think I'm the one who has to have my
I will
work cut out for me. Because I'm
behind
just...
of him.
Yes.
It's okay. I'll just whole person him after this other guy gets knocked
No,
out.
okay, Calvert is, but he isn't. It's weird.
No.
Like, physically, sure.
That's his race. He just doesn't have the respect of that the others have.
Yep. So that said, that will be actually no. Doesn't he have a thing? No, he doesn't. Okay, that doesn't proc actually. Never mind. As that will be his turn. Pater is going to attempt to redo the save for. Yep, is going to redo the save for hold person. Unfortunately, due to his frightened condition, that is at normal. So let us see if he makes it. He does not. He can't do shit. Chris Pater just goes,
Yeah.
that is not.
He is
As
now
now-
frightened for 5 turns.
Yep. As it is now Hush's turn. As realizing
You named
that
him
one.
fucking Hush?
Oh, look at the guy.
Yes.
Of course his name is Hush.
Bro, look at him.
I'm just saying. There's another Hush I know that's really fucked up.
That's fine, bro. We all got our days.
Alright.
Then Vash Stampede.
Who's he shooting?
Well, given that hearing that one of his friends is now in peril, Hush is going to discard his cover, moving 5, 10, 15, 20. How much is he can move again? All right, he can move that far. 25, 30, 35. Right here, getting properly set. He is going to aim, and he is not going to proc a thing, so he can get hit, so he can multi-attack.
Alright.
Huh.
As let me double. As he is going to try and I have that on circle. Why do I have that on circle? As he is going to, is he in range? Yes, he is in range. Actually, wait, no. This is Hush. He needs to do an insight check here as a bonus action.
Not like Beatles.
That was not supposed that was not supposed to be to GM, but that was a 22
To hit Batoris.
No, that was an insight.
No. To determine what Q is.
What are you?
Yeah.
As you all are just going to hear from the roof, Ferris, Peter, it's not just a ceiling. They have a faceless with them.
Dead should remain in the cart.
Why do I feel like this would be? Yeah.
As aiming towards now what they consider to be a worse threat, they're going to aim towards Q.
As I see the line is still on
I'm
me.
cannonballing this motherfucker. Level 3.
As they're not going to be doing their focus, they do actually have their multi-attack, though they do not have advantage on these rolls. That said, first shot, there's a 14 hit Q.
Oh, thank
Q's AC is 16.
Miss. Second shot.
Hit.
Fuck.
That's 11 piercing and 5 force damage done to Q.
I'm sorry, what? Okay. Okay. Alright.
Say hello to Atersan.
Goodbye.
As they...
I'm back.
Alright, and they're going to take a third shot at Q.
So we are
There's a
just
24
fighting
hit.
Bash Stampede is what I hear.
Hits.
Okay.
Hits. As that will be 16 piercing and 5 force damage.
Q will be
Thankfully-
knocked unconscious.
Q is unconscious.
Unconscious. What the fuck?
As Hush announces, "Got the faceless!" As they cannot bonus action reload Atersan, as they've already used it to insight their enemies. But you will see ejected out of this fucking. For anyone who is currently perceiving them, you do see what looks to be a small block of metal just kind of just pop out of their gun with a heavy like on the roof. And that will be Hush's turn. Cloak.
Double checking things that Kithning can do.
Actually, given what Kissney is, she actually did just feel Q go down.
Does that make her angry?
Something just happened.
That makes her partially afraid, actually. She's not frightened, but there is some fear being sensed for those within her range.
Alright, so...
Kui, you better stomp this fucking guy, I swear to God.
I have a plan.
The usual. I forget. Carpet says a 40-foot. I've been doing that one, so.
I have a plan.
I have a plan.
I do. It's called Guiding Bolt level 3.
God damn it. Linux. Alright, once again, garbage takes dodge action. Linux will hold an attack action, and if an enemy gets within her line of sight, she's going to attack them. Thomas is on. Why do I still see a line of sight, like a line here?
Yeah, I see that too.
I think that I think that's half. I think that's just half.
He stepped away.
Oh.
You can delete it yourself.
Yeah.
You can delete it yourself. It's not on your screen. Just click on the number. Unfaceless down.
Man, I would like it. I would like to have Thomas bite a motherfucker, but if it brings them down, it will kill them because Thomas has a magical bite. Better than necrotic damage. I use a spell, someone will fucking die if they get low. But we have one person being held. Let me see if this guy's been attacked yet. Whoops. Alright, so I can place the the darkness thing anywhere, even in the air, right?
Essentially, yes.
15-foot radius here. That's 60 here. I am going to cast darkness, and I'm gonna put it here in the air.
All right.
To obscure his line of sight.
That will cover a good portion of his sight line. Understood. Let me. Alright, let me draw a circle there, I guess.
Yeah, it's centered on this spot.
So,
yeah, and it's in the a relative like 10 feet up. I say, how tall is this building?
it's like roughly like 40 to 50 feet essentially.
Okay, yeah, then it's like around where the sort of the roof is.
Okay, then yeah, no. In which case that would be more around here. So yeah, no, that definitely covers his sight. So, is there anything else you're doing, Mr. Cloak?
Trying to decide what I trying to decide if I should have Thomas move or stick. I'm guessing no. I'm gonna have Thomas stick to a Taurus for now.
Understood.
That's literally everything.
All right, is that everything?
Action, that's my action. Yeah, it's everything except for my movement. But I'm not gonna move from this. Well, I'm
bow for hold your piece.
Actually, I'm going to Lynch is on top of this thing actually. So I'm going to move. I'm gonna use the mount stick to have the cart move over here.
That is under Cyrus' command.
Is it?
Yeah.
Like I thought it would be like anybody's.
Nah,
because Cyrus not on it.
Specifically Cyrus, because she's the one who casted the spell.
Ah,
Yeah.
fair. Alright,
Yeah.
didn't know that. I thought I just made it able to be moved. Never
Nope.
mind then.
Because it is
Yeah,
a
that's
spell
everything.
animating it, it is up to the caster. So yeah, no, that is that's your turn. Okay, Stilia.
Cool. All right. Fuck's sake. 30 feet of movement. Action. Dash. Another 30 feet of movement. Would I be at least hearable to all three of these chuckles?
Yes.
Alright, cool. Cilia is just going to run in, kind of de-summon the Syl firearm, the Syl flintlock. And as she's kind of like de-summoning it, kind of tossing her hand to the side, she's just going to shout out just... I can't actually shout right now because my parents are trying to sleep, so you'll have to...
No, all good.
You'll have to imagine it. Something to the effect of... For the love of Infinitus, we are not members of the Church of Schnitzer. If you would just let us talk first, we wouldn't have to do this.
Going to make a wisdom check.
I'd like to make a persuasion check.
Persuasion check, understood.
Better roll high, cause
I'm
about to make my own charisma roll, and it's not going to be persuasion.
Am I allowed to make a persuasion check?
Yes.
Cool.
Please.
24.
Ooh,
Alright,
ooh.
let's see.
Ooh, kill him.
You roll
Ferris?
at 13.
I
Okay,
add plus
Okay.
11.
Yep. Let's see.
I have expertise in persuasion.
Hater.
That's why I was so confused.
Hater. And
he's
now...
frightened. What does that do to him?
He shouldn't be anymore because
And... Hush. For a moment, it doesn't seem to have worked. However, after a while, after what looks like it's going to continue to combat, Pater just suddenly screams, "Fight! Hear them out!
For the sake of my ribs.
Please.
By the way, I will say that Quio like had his hand on like the back of this man's neck.
Understood.
Just ready.
Angry
As-
Karen.
Hearing that,
And scruffing the child, just no.
as hearing that, Ferris, hearing his companion, Ferris will not perform what they were going to do, but instead look to Kuyo and go, "Let him go."
It is no longer my turn.
Nope.
That is up to Kuya.
Kuyo. This man is essentially telling you, let go of my companion.
Please, for the love of God, just
Kuya,
please,
don't be a
please.
bitch.
They are willing to hear your party out, but they are wanting the safety of their companion.
So let me tell you what I was going to do. What I was going to do is lethally grapple this one because he literally cannot fight back because he's paralyzed.
Mm-hmm.
Also attempt to lethally grapple this one because I have another set of arms. Use the flight I was given and fly into the air, holding the both of them hostage, and go into this one being like, I will literally kill these two.
Okay,
So
you
drop
fucking
your
Viltrumite. Christ.
If I couldn't grapple this one, I would have just literally been like, I will drop this man
Well,
from 100 feet in the air.
fucking
Quill,
invincible.
still grabbing this man. Will pick him up. Pause. And he'll kind of just shove him in this guy's chest. Like, here, take your trash.
As he's convulsing, like, wait.
And he'll just walk over here and pick up Q.
It just like as Ferris has Pater essentially thrown into his grasp. Ferris is going to carefully set aside Pater before looking to draw his sword and go like.
Him. He kind of just like shoved him into his chest.
No, but he got the fear. But either way, he basically seeing what you just did with him. He's going to go like, "I'll cut you in, Ferris, please."
As he picks up Q, he'll go, "You call those small cuts." You call those small glances a cut. You're lucky that the lady over there is nice enough.
And you're
If
lucky
you
I
kept
don't
going,
have a reason. Shut up. You
give me a reason, I'll snap your neck.
And you give me a reason, and I will gladly cut you down to my height.
Oh, God.
Well, that's a lot of cutting you'll have to do then, short stack.
There's the abomination who dares strike my companion. Enough, please. The both of you.
Damn, you letting this man suffer until my turn comes, ain't you? Fucking Christ.
As Cleo's just gonna look at this man and go, when the cowards attack first, without asking questions. As he's just gonna with his 60 feet fly up, holding Q.
As you're about to go away, Ferris just says to you, audible to everyone, and only an idiot allows it. But it seems I am surrounded by them.
Can we talk now?
Kuyo, mid-flight.
Just talk. Holy shit.
Kuyo, mid-flight.
Shut the fuck up.
No. Shut the fuck up, it's my turn. I have the stalking stick.
Yeah,
look
no,
down
this
at
man is
this
just
man.
pissed.
We'll look down at this man and go, sure, whatever helps you sleep at night. As he's just gonna fly over here next to the lady, and he will stand right here next to her. No, she just has two hulking figures next to her while he's gonna gently put Kuyo here behind cover and turn around with his arms crossed and looks at them.
Disgusting nobles in their Ferris. And Ferris, please. We should at least hear them out. I will hear them out when they drop their hold on you. As this man is now glaring to a lot of you, wondering which one of you is the one that still has hold person on him.
Yo, if he doesn't pipe down, I'll stomp his shit in, for real.
Is this man injured also, by the way?
Which one?
No,
yeah,
this
he
guy
is injured. Oh yeah, no, he's injured.
We beat the fuck out of him. What are you talking about?
He's the only one that is.
I didn't do shit.
By we, I mean me and Q. We.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Before I do go, I'm going to do this for Q real quick because I should...
Oh, don't you have your domain open?
I do, but that's temptation.
It's true.
Q gets 7.
Q gets 7 health back.
And is back
and
I think
should
I
be
can't
awake.
cast any other... I
Seven
can't
health.
cast any other spells. But
Nope.
I will go about here, and I will cure wounds Is it not a level?
Oh
two?
shit, it's a
It
level
is.
2. Oh, god damn
It's
it.
also a
It's
level
the
2
action
spell.
bonus action I was thinking about.
Listen,
Where's
I-
for all
upon?
intents and
Yeah.
purposes, you can literally just drop your concentration at any
Yeah,
time.
you
dog.
just drop concentration. at
I
any
did.
Yeah,
moment.
drop.
Okay, you dropped your concentration. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, upon seeing you and you dropping concentration, Ferris will immediately now look towards you, Syra, gaining his full attention as his curse procs.
Mm-hmm. You gonna kill me?
Is going to feel that way.
What are we? What? Huh?
A curse
Oh no, this
activated.
is specifically for
Can't
Syra.
hear me,
This is
man.
specifically against Syra because his curse.
He don't like me, dog.
Bro, you should just let me stop his neck.
Well,
Might not,
I
but-
gotta do that, but we're still in initiative. I can't really do anything else right now.
Okay.
That's
Okay, but yeah, no. But yeah, it's, you know, essentially combat has dropped. So, but while turn
Cool.
order is gone, there is still tension.
Oh yeah,
I need
you have to do.
actually walk up to this man and heal his ass. So,
Well,
I'm
don't
just
you have
gonna
to roll
ignore this
against the
fucker.
intimidation?
do
It's
I?
because he. It's up to you. I mean, it's up to you. Do you want to try and resist that, or do you because yeah. Because mind you, this is
What
not
is the
something
roll?
Ferris
I gotta-
himself is doing. That would be
Oh,
that would
it's
be
just like a,
yeah.
He's... Then I can ignore that shit then, right?
It's up to you. You will be slightly. You will feel slightly perturbed though, like being near him.
AKA it's either willingly fail or roll against it.
Yeah, I know. I will heal this man though.
Alright.
I will do this. How much do I have? I used that. Then okay, I should have that. So I'm
Darkness is
gonna do this at level 2.
All right, that is it's 4 plus 7. That is 8, 9, 10, 11.
Can I get out?
And she will say apologies.
Can I get out from behind this wall without being shot now?
No, says Hush.
Fair enough.
And just Pater just kind of more so finally returning to his feet, no longer frightened, and being healed goes, "Thank you, miss." Before just calling back, "Hush, we're hearing them out. We have some tact, lad. It's better to give them some in return. After all."
So, are either of you three still injured?
Oh, I'm plenty injured, but don't get me wrong.
Would you be
Good enough
alright
rest.
with me coming over and patching you up a bit so we can have a proper conversation?
I wouldn't mind. Ferris?
I could have fucking sat down.
Understood. Silent treatment. Still very interesting. Hush, what about you? As he looks towards Hush, who has not let go of his firearm in the slightest. Of course.
That's cool. I got a finger drawing. Catch me, motherfucker.
Now, this might sting a bit. This is technically more mundane, but it'll...
Oh. Practical doctor. Always appreciate you lot.
As he screams in pain.
Alright.
You say you
How,
only a little bit.
Miss DM, what is this
Yes?
creature's maximum number of hit dice?
In terms of hit dice, he has 7.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Oh.
He gets 14 hit points back.
Plus 14. As you're essentially just patching up his wounds, and just the occasional just like as the final touch, he just gets like a small as Ferris and Hush immediately begin to arm themselves again, like, "Can we not, both of you?" Apologies for my companion's behavior. You do have to understand, we are hunters of a sort.
I quite understand, and I wish to explain why it may seem that we are affiliated with the Church of Schnitzer on first glance.
Well, given Ferris is the technical leader but refuses to speak currently, as he is on edge, I can explain.
So,
If you would allow, Miss.
My guess.
Apologies, your apparel makes me assume you're of more nobility, yes?
I am, she says begrudgingly, like,
The two fucking nobos.
Okay. As you just kind of hear Ferris say under his breath, "Knew it." As he gets like a light, like, as he gets a light elbow poke from Pater, it's like,
although I don't enjoy the fact I am, but the name is Celia Dursk. That way you at least have a name.
Dursk. That's
yes,
solid.
I'm from here. We were returning home.
No, Celia Dursk. Huh. Hush, you have the list, yes? Yes. Look through the names again. Understood.
Right.
As you just
is for.
So this
list of potential targets. Not from us. Well, actually, I guess it's better to start from the top. No.
The church?
The one
as mentioned prior, we are hunters of a sort. More accurately, we are one of the few groups of individuals who still yet stand. We are hunters of Sile. For reasons our own, we try to prove the existence and, moreover, hunt down and kill Sile that are working under the Church of Schnitter. While we cannot do our operations fully brazenly, unlike some more amateur bands, unfortunately, we at least try to keep some level of professionalism in regards to our tactics. Unfortunately, we did not expect a Sile to be walking about. Hush, you can confirm they are Sile, yes? My eyes don't deceive me. The one in the cloak behind the giant. That is a Sile.
Yes, he is.
And thus you understand why we assumed you all were associated with
I understand why. The why does not confuse me. I simply wish to explain our side of it so you understand.
No. By all means, that is completely understandable.
So, for starters, yes, he is Sile. However, he left at a very young age, escaped, and is no longer a part of the church. He despises the church about as much as anyone can. There is no affiliation.
That's one way to repent for being a murderer. Ferris.
He left
before this guy.
Was
This guy.
trained.
Damn, kill this guy.
Damn. I should this one.
You can ask him yourself. He'll tell you the same.
I would like to interrogate him myself personally, but proper interrogation, not anything more inquisitive, if you catch my meaning.
I do, and I would still ask that at least one of us be present with him as well.
Understood. If he's And I assume if he's of his own free will, I can assume, as he just kind of looks past your shoulder a bit and goes, mm-mm. Actually, wait, how tall is Celia again?
Celia is a 5'7".
Oh, Peter stands at 5'6". He is barely shorter than you.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, he's
Short
as he just looks past you a bit and goes, excuse me, Mr. Seeley.
Yeah?
Can we have a word with you? By we, I more so mean me, not my companions.
Are they going to lower their weapons?
My weapons are down. Are yours?
Ferris?
Looks over to Hush.
Looks over at Hush.
He has a list in one hand and a hand on his gun.
Squeeze, Jet, squeeze.
Hush, can you promise not to shoot unless there's obvious threats? And Ferris, can you not bring out your blade unless there's also an obvious threat? Do I imagine your silence is consent, the both of you? Nod and a nod.
Are you sure that?
I have things you don't want her to say.
I'll just say, any one of you could easily kill me.
I plan to. Ferris!
Don't worry, if he tries, I'll kill him.
You can try, puny man.
Let's please, please let's not make
One's
threats.
from garbage because one of the companions is being freaking threatened.
You think I'm scared of another puny man who hides behind
And my internet
giant
starts dying
life?
all of a sudden. Joy.
Where shall we have the interrogation?
Preferably a bit more over here, away from certain ranges.
I will leave my weapons here.
Good.
Maybe about, I don't know.
As
600
Ferris is
feet
about to
away.
just say something along the start speaking along the lines of, I know you're kind. You think your size is all that can takes to simply crush another, yet you have not. Ferris! Please.
No. Let him finish.
Please do not
Mr.
engage with
Cleo,
him.
Let's not. Let's.
They always say the small dogs bark the loudest.
Where's that calm emotion spell?
Big words coming from such a small man.
Small man, huh? Is that why you walk on with such big swords? Compensating for something?
Celia, can you please
Yes, I am compensating for your lack of spirit.
Last time I checked, I wasn't the one doing the sneak attack.
I just talk to people.
Already have the silence spell.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yes, well.
I will walk up to the
It's so
armored man.
hard for me not to start laughing. I have been laughing at this the entire time.
My opinion is that these two are gonna be great bros.
No, I only have
Fuck
one
no,
person.
they
This
hate
guy.
each other.
Fuck this
They
guy,
hate
he's
each other,
right.
dog. I will walk up to the armored man, kind of nervous because of that fucking intimidation. And he goes, "Please excuse him. He's very warlike."
Excuse me? Bitch, he's the one
Alex.
talking shit for. Oh
I'm
I'll
trying to calm him
excuse him.
down because he's the one with the fucking trigger happy hand.
I'll excuse him when he actually sounds like he's honest, and not having someone else speak on his behalf, like the proclaimed coward he thinks of us.
Last time I checked, I didn't ask her to speak for me.
And yet she did so without command. Funny that. Manlet.
They got in bolt to the head. Let's go.
Not his head, your head. I'm done with life.
No.
Suddenly, I'm
My-
starting to wish that
my
that
head.
shot hit.
Y'all are lucky I'm a different nigga, bro. Y'all lucky.
Please, stop.
So, shall we begin the actual interrogation and just let them
Yes.
wear themselves out?
Yes. Please. As he takes a step closer to you, Kalric. And I forget, Kalric, how tall are you again?
Hold on, I literally just checked this, but I already forgot. 5'10".
Yeah. 5'10". Oh, yeah. Another person taller than him. This is perfect. This is perfectly in character. Peter just approaches you. You have to kind of lower your head a little bit as he looks up and goes, "All right. So, hello there. I am Peter Untjäger. More accurately, I am someone who is... More accurately, I am someone who was a former associate with the Churchesnitter. I now hunt their Sile. You can understand why.
I actually would like to learn more why, but I can see reasons already. You may call me Kelric.
You have a name. That's good.
I have something I go by.
I see. In any case, you are Sile. As I just now drop the tension music and leave you with the sound of storm.
That I am. Your friend has really good eyes.
Hush is someone who's been... Well, to say he's been down the beaten path would be an understatement, unfortunately.
But I can
If you know anything
relate
about
with.
him, they say the brightest minds are the most innovative. Those with a bloody goal, however, tend to be more so. That is all I can really say. As Hush mildly turns his head towards Pater as he says that. As you can understand, when we had taken note that some form of presence had apparently come in, and given all who had informed us, well, we assumed that the Sile here had called for reinforcements to some degree. And when we took note of you, yes. At current, we've confirmed the existence of one Sile within the city. For what purpose, we do not know, but we can hazard a guess. The fact that this breaching had happened, and the fact that we investigated the area not a moment after you all appeared. We immediately donned our cloaks and, well, Hush did his astute thing and tried to keep watch. The moment he realized that you had crossed the gate and was able to determine your true nature, we assumed the worst.
Well, I have not had any true connection with the church for many years. Not since I became
Then, how many Sile are you aware of then?
In what context?
In terms of ones that you've seen wandering about here.
Here? I've only just got here, first time visit. But I've run into others before. One actually. I think we actually helped get away from the church as well.
The name then?
I don't remind myself. I have it in my notes. Her name is Louise.
Louise. Doesn't sound like one of Snitter's blessed names.
She has left behind her previous name.
Can you tell us how she looks?
I want to roll an insight.
Yeah, me too.
Go ahead. He's not going to try and he's not deceiving to any degree. However, yep, no, all of you would get this. Kelric, actually, you have the Kelric, actually, you have the hardest attribute of this, but you do note this. As everyone who made the check, you will note that Pater is not asking in regards to potential target. It's more so he seems to be asking in regards to potential ally in this instance.
Potential recruitment.
In fact, he seems to be more so taking that approach with all of you.
He has something that can help.
I.e., he's trying to be on friendly terms with all of you.
Yeah.
Hey, real respect's real, dog. I am with it.
She has a mask that will hide her identity. That being said, she has an
They were being mean to me.
She has an ally that both protects her and it was much more easier to spot.
If they are about, they have the ability to hide themselves.
Yeah. You will know them by blue flame.
Blue flame? Were they some from a demon?
No.
Celestial?
Also no.
I see. Spirit, then?
Of sorts. Think in connection very loosely to the two brothers.
Ah, done. And as he speaks, I'm going to ask, who knows Primordial?
Me.
Hello.
Ooh, I think I do. I think I do.
For everyone who knows Primordial, you're going to get a bit of what he's saying, but you don't get the full thing. As I'm going
what
to.
about me, the weird one who's connected directly to the source?
I will ask I will ask in this case, everyone else who knows Primordial, roll an insight at disadvantage. Cilia, you get an insight roll normal.
Yay!
I only know common.
Insight? Bro, I fucked these.
Yep.
Really
16,
good. Never mind.
16, 17, 12. Syra, you did not get this. I'm sorry.
You're further away trying to deal with
inspiration. I'm using my only inspiration.
Oh no, understood. Yeah, you get it.
What's better?
Much better.
As the three of you, you will note that his dialect is making use of Primordial. However, he seems to be speaking one of the variants. Actually, miraculously, he's speaking that of the twin brother. He is speaking Terran.
Oh. He's speaking me.
Yeah, but Taurus knows that.
Oh, in which case, yeah, no. In other words, no, Patoris, you completely understand what he said. He's like, so you know one of the variant languages then, Terran, by chance.
If Cilia were to know any of them, it would be Aquin and Aaron.
Yes.
Yeah.
In Terran,
you're more likely.
Aquin Aaron.
In Terran, he just goes, I do.
And he says back to you in Terran, Batoris, now looking past Cilia towards you, going like, fellow brother the Sunflower, I see. That's good.
Oh, that's cool.
Brother, you need to speak up. You need to be louder when you speak in that voice.
Yeah.
Oh. So that's what you are. Another Knight the Sunflower.
Yes. I thought you were as well, given you know Terran.
We actually ran into one before.
He's still speaking Terran, by the way.
Oh, okay. Then
yeah.
We
he's saying that to
Batoris. In
Batoris.
the past. I'm not a Sunflower Knight. It's just my native tongue.
Fascinating. Understood. As he is going to
as silly as like having to like translate vaguely like broken ass English effectively. She's just
Yeah.
gonna say to the effect in Primordial, just where he's from is very strange, to my understanding, compared to here.
As I'm actually going to speak in common once more and go, like, apologies. Given that one of your companions actually spoke Terran, I assumed he was a member of the Sunflower, though it seems not.
It is okay. We do know of one. We do know of another.
Really? Which one?
He, Pyrrhic. He resides currently
Pyrrhic?
in the town of. Let me remember
Medius.
the name. Medius. He currently is in Medius, seeing to its defenses and making sure it prospers, whilst helping the new governor.
So the stem has finally found a place to root himself.
So it would seem.
Fascinating. Still of all of them, Pyrrhic. I never would have imagined.
Came to warn that
He came to warn the town of Chimera approaching. Turns out he had more of a relation to that Chimera than he originally thought.
Though our paths have differed, and given he is a stem where I'm still a petal, I'm glad to see that he's actually managed to find something for himself, at least somewhat. But at the very least, I will state this: the fact that you know Pyrrhic, I guess I have no reason to question you further. Fellow brother, the Sunflower has shown light upon thee, or has at least found some sun where you all draw.
I do have a question for you, though.
Yes.
What specifically brought you all to hunt the sea lady?
Well, is that something more in regards to our past, or more so in regards to our current job?
Past. Not too. I don't want to dive too deeply, but I want to hear what other people's thoughts of the church is.
Syntherism is a lifelong commitment for many of its believers. That's as much I will say myself for now. But in regards to my personal accounts, Ferris, Hush, we're being questioned for our origins once more. Is this one we have to share? Given if we are to hope that this man is to potentially lead us to be an ally, then yes. I do not associate with such kind. Ferris? Fair enough. As he's going to just briefly side check you, Syra, as he's moving, not caring for your presence.
Dangerous.
Rude.
That is the third in line to the Church of Infinitus.
And I'm the problem.
Yourself.
Okay.
I was trying to de-escalate the situation. You're not the problem. I never said you were.
Oh no, Ferris is generally just not trusting of any of you right now. Also, I assume you would have.
Break his legs.
Also, I assumed you dropped concentration on this cloak, by the way.
I did that earlier. I put it in chat much earlier.
Oh, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Okay,
like basically as soon as this guy jumped off the roof, that's when I ended it.
Okay, but yeah. Anyway, as they approach and kind of partially surround the both of you,
Bill has his hands in the air.
Hush will look towards you And he is now because it's so close, he's actually going to attempt another insight.
Can I return an insight?
Yippee! Up to you.
Yeah, I want to try and see if I
They
can
squint at each
Figure
other.
anything out about him.
since he's also hiding a
Understood.
lot about himself.
All right, he's going to attempt a deception.
I can actually roll inspiration, so I have 2.
Oh gosh.
Oh.
All right. Okay, roll again. Can you beat a 15? Yes, you can.
Yeah.
You actually notice that he is very much glaring behind you, but behind his goggles, which, as you realize, actually has a red light behind them for some reason. Though, as you're getting trying to getting a judge's character, you note that despite the fact he is unarmed himself of his rifle, or at least what you can assume to be a rifle, he does have his hand slightly motioned in a way, as if he's ready to draw upon something else. In fact, you do note the holster on his side that looks to carry a dagger, but the way his stance is, he might have more than just one weapon on him.
And what was his insight for? So that I could
To see how honest you are.
I see.
As assuming that you haven't, as realizing that you've kind of taken more note of him, he's going to tense up a bit before saying, "What? Trying to size me up, or are you trying to think of a flirt?"
Sorry for whatever the church has done to you.
Are you implying that you want to start with me? Peter. Well, I will introduce myself again. Peter und Jäger. This is Hush, and this is Ferris. Ferris here is actually one of the first of his order. More specifically, he is the third seat as the Bleeding Knight. Isn't that right, Ferris? Thank you, Ferris. And Hush, can we not make such crude implications to someone who I doubt is going to try that for you? Who do you wish to know about first? I will ask.
Let's go Ferris.
You want to know why Hansile corpse?
I do.
As I actually have to bring out the names here. Roshelm, my father, my adoptive father. He was a lesser noble, but he was slightly more outspoken in a Schnitter-dominated area. I was unfortunate enough to see one of his angels kill him and survive. Honor. Just honor. She was a slave. She was my wife. She was killed for being associated with me. I was still a young man when this had happened. And it was also when I had to learn that I was not alone. Orin Haysworth. A man who I would have considered brother fully if given the opportunity. Had it not been for more of your ilk surrounding us during an encampment, with our caravan. They had taken his life, as well as Harmony's, Asha, Kelric, as he kind of says with you with Venom, knowing that your name is also Kelric. Aaron, and Osvet. Additionally, my second love, Julian. It is there where I found the arms within our cargo that would eventually become bound to me. The things that make me bleed to this day for them. I have since begun feeding it blood of Sile, where it seems to be most satisfied with. When I had finally found the one who started this, I had learned two things. One, the Sile that had caused all of this to be my torment, my punishment, apparently, my atonement for the sin of living in one of his angels' light. They had apparently become quite the high-ranked individual. Moreover, the second thing, they had become a sanctioned caster in broad daylight. When I attempted to coerce them aside, they already knew who I was. So they led me to where their room was. They revealed themselves, mocking me. And when I was about to draw my swords, they had held me in place with a spell. No matter how much I tried to fight back, she tried to make me feel weak, small. But it only made me feel angrier. And then she put a curse on me. She then framed me for the murder of her sanctioned caster identity. I have not removed my helmet since.
What's the Sile's name?
Wouldn't you like to know? Ferris.
Hey, damn.
Please. Yes?
I guess who has removed curse?
Well, you can attempt to do so.
You gotta be able to touch the
try.
lad for 6 seconds.
Listen, all I'm saying is he's been nothing but fucking rude.
Listen,
I think you should keep the curse. Fuck this guy.
Yeah, but it's Syra. She's not gonna do that. Me, I would say fuck him. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but it was upon hearing Pater's like Ferris, please. He goes, eyes. She was eyes.
I didn't fucking represent in the chat. Goddamn. I will approach this man.
He will immediately turn to you.
DM. And she will look at him very sincerely. Do you mind if I try something? It's nothing dangerous.
Are you also going to try and die to remove the curse?
She nods.
Don't blame me. I warned you.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Cleo just watching this like, really? For this guy?
Really? This guy?
For this guy?
Do I want to do this? Am I gonna fucking die?
Well, he
I mean,
just
he
said
just
that you're
implied
gonna
you.
die trying to undo the curse.
Yep.
And he doesn't give a fuck about you, obviously.
That is true.
So I should give a fuck about him.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Stop trying to.
He did basically just say, "Are you also going to try to die removing this? Are you also going to die trying to remove my curse?"
Try. I thought you said I was gonna try. Never mind.
No. Are you also going to die trying to remove my curse?
Then
Essentially.
I will return my statement, and she will say, "Never mind."
I'm glad someone here values their life.
But yeah, Korik will just
That
give
sounds
him
like
a
level 9 remove curse. I'm good.
Korik will just give him a solemn nod.
That sad motherfucker. That sounds like you need a wish spell to get that bitch off. That's what it sounds
Or
like.
9th level remove curse. Either or, really.
You can't.
Yeah.
I don't think you can upcast. That's why I'm said that. I'm looking at it.
I feel like. Yeah.
I'm looking at the description. It doesn't say anything about higher levels.
Damn.
That's why I said what I said.
But it does just say you can just remove
You're gonna
any
need a
curse.
wish spell to
Any.
get
It just says you can remove any and all curses. So this might be something worse than a curse.
It might be a curse with an affliction. That's the problem. The biggest problem is that is not just a curse. It's a curse that, upon being removed, does something to the person.
Hey, I'm just saying, we can kill him, let the curse take its course, and then revive him. Oh,
You're not saying this in person, right? In
Nope.
character, right? No. Thank God. Thank God.
But then, as Peter, oh, go ahead. Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you for indulging me.
Not like you're the first to ask at this point. You've had 2 other cases. Shame the second one, though. Turned out they were not actually so trustworthy. Whose fault was that again, Peter? I made a miscall, Ferris. And I apologize for that. Just be glad Hush is still with us. Right then. I suppose it's my turn now then. As mentioned before, I used to be a part of, well, the Church of Snitter. More accurately, I was on my path to becoming a priest, actually. See, I fully believed in Snitter's teachings, and part of me still does to this day, but faith has found ways of testing me many times. In fact, at one point I thought I was blessed by him, truly. I figured whatever rot I was to experience would be grateful as, after one communion, I had taken note of some of the members of the crowd, and, well, one of them was a maiden I had not truly actually seen. I was roughly about 14 around the time, and, well, I had learned she was 15. At least she claimed to be. I had approached her initially thinking she was family, but Well, it turns out she was actually one of the passerbys. Someone who wanted to at least be there. A fervent follower, you could say. Wanted to give their blessings. We had talked. We had conversations, even. Discussions of faith, discussions of each other's lives, how one fared less well, and how where one fared more, another fared less. Simple matters. And it continued like that for about 2 years, I'd say. Then one day she grew the courage. She had knelt down on both of her knees. She had begun doing the prayer gesture, yet during the part where she was going to clasp her hands, she momentarily parted them. And she revealed 2 bronze wings, 2 bronze rings, both of them with a gem in the center. I was flustered. And more often than not, I was certainly embarrassed. It was the middle of a tavern. The town, it was a commonly visited spot. Many of the people knew of us, and well, I saw no reason why I shouldn't say yes. And we were married. But we were married for roughly 4 years. We had struck a cycle, and yet every so often when there was an off day or I was sent a bit early, she seemed to not always be present at the house. She said she wanted to be more of a housewife, and I did oblige. But there were moments where it felt a bit different. One day she returned, more reeking of iron. Another day she had a bit of something on her hand. At one point, even we were falling asleep, and I had embraced her, but during which I remember waking within the doctor's quarters, and well, apparently I had taken a whiff of some scentless toxin that, had my wife not brought to light or carried me to the doctor, I would have died from that night. Yet, when he examined it, he noticed it was in a hand pattern on my cheek. And there was that night. She was not home. She was away, I thought. In fact, I noticed a letter saying that she was going to be visiting family, extended family from a couple towns over, and well, I was worried, don't get me wrong, but I had faith in her. Said no more than 3 days, so I waited. And I waited. Waited again and again. And yet, she did not arrive on the 4th or the 5th. And then I started looking around the house a bit one time. Someone had to clean it after all. And then I found her possessions. I found her jewelry box. And found that there were things hidden inside of it. I looked around in our cupboards, everything. Afterwards, I was concerned, afraid for a moment. And then Then I found the letters. He was a Sile the entire time. One of his angels. Apparently the church had worried that I might have potentially turned at some point. They had her assume my identity, and she was to act as my wife. Pretend she loved me. And report anything that could be potentially suspicious. Two years together. 5 years a couple. And in less than an hour, the fast was broken. My faith broken. She was Flugel, from what the letters told. And so I tried finding her. And eventually I did. I did not know that much about Sile. Nor did I know anything about what happens when they die. And I was assaulted by one. Apparently I had finally shown some suspicion while they were watching, and I wasn't even aware. One of them tried to throw a container of some sort of haze at me. And well, I managed to defend myself, of course. Threw my torch at him. He started to burn. I tried to throw more things at him. I'd throw him into a daze. But I was too much in shock and horror. By the time I realized, by the time I was stirring about what, I don't know how many sticks, how many things at him, how many times I tried to stab him with a carver's knife. He was already dead. And when I tried to look at the contents of whatever he threw at me, I saw a familiar hand wearing a familiar ring. Apparently I wasn't the only one who was brought into suspicion. He does not say anything else.
I don't think anything else needs to be said.
Eric will just look to Hush. And how about you?
Do we even need to bother to ask? It's not the first time we shared this sorry hash, you know that. And yet I still hear tears behind your helmet. I don't trust UCLA. I'll be dead honest with you. I will never trust your kind. I do not even trust you right now. But I do have some level of faith in my companions. So hear me clearly when I tell this to you. Is that understood?
He nods.
There used to be a town back when Jordan was still referred to Einsmail. I was no more. I was a young boy. Young boy. My tale is similar to Ferris's own in that regard. My father was an important man. He was killed. And I was watched carefully, closely. But unlike eyes, Flagon was much more sinister. Which actually allowed me to make sure that both names were actually put in here. That is Flugel, who is dead.
Yeah.
And here is Flagon. Flagon made himself known to me. He would toy with me, mess with me. I couldn't spend not even a day with someone who was willing to take me in before they were gone. Once a murder scene, once a kidnapping, another a framed crime. Another time when I was sent away to a mental ward. I'd found myself within the forest not even the day after. Time and time again, he would always make a narrative for me, make some sort of story for me to make it seem like I was much worse. My name, my history, whatever mother I had, whatever siblings I would have known had they given me an opportunity, gone. Assume the worst, or better yet, played with. I was hardly 10 when I was close to breaking. And Flagon knew it. It was in the waters, a stream. I had begun to take a bath, cleanse myself with what nature provided me. Flagon was watching. He made himself known to me. And then he approached. I was ready to fight him. Until he began to strip off his armor. I was confused. concerned even. Why was he stripping away his armor? Why was he removing everything? It was only when he was in the nude did I realize what he had planned for me. You're kinda sick enough to know what he did.
So you have plenty of reason to hate the church. Thank you for informing me of even more atrocities they have done.
We are victims, all of us, in our own ways. Some more severe than others. Some one may not seem as deep as our words can express. The scars can only be seen by those who know the soul. It is for that reason we are brothers in arms, and why each of us hunt Sile for our own reasons. I'm willing to make amends with you. You seem to be a good lot, and you yourself seem to be a fairly decent man, at the very least. I cannot speak for my companions and their belief, but I at least want to hope that you all can be, as I hate to say this, useful towards our endeavors in regards to our quarry.
It occurs to me that there is something out still in this city that needs to be found.
A beast, yes. Now, given how long we've been here and how little we've heard, and how we've yet to receive a message, it would seem as though whatever beast has likely been cornered and is still being dealt with. We can only blame the Sile potentially for this, given the loose nature of the gate. Oh, there's one thing we can confirm. Hush, if you will. Hush would reach behind his back, like lower, like his hand just kind of like more so just kind of moves to his side as his forearm just kind of bends back, and you hear like the sound of a latch coming loose. His rifle is still safely secured, but you see as just kind of behind his more tight-fitting cloak, he pulls out what looks to be a rifle of some kind. And I will ask, who all has two proficiencies?
Which ones?
Smithing tools or tinkerer's tools?
Because I only have thieves.
Nope.
Anyone?
Boris?
If I remember, like, I don't think if I remember, that's actually one of the main issues is that we don't have a lot of tool proficiencies.
Yeah, shit. In which case, all I can ask for is Kelric.
Yeah?
Do you want to make me an insight or investigation check?
I will do insight.
With a 23, Kelric, you are not familiar with firearms, nor have you really made use of them yourself, or as far as you're aware, most Sealy were not trained in firearms even. But the way that this is crafted, the way that the parts of metal that you can assume are steel, in fact, some of them even have certain engravings, the wooden patterns that you're seeing along this alongside as well. Even the stock, they then you realize it. A familiar feathered carving alongside the stock, with a sharpened end at the bottom that vaguely resembles a raven's head. This is Sealay.
Yeah.
This is Sealay craft.
But
this is something from past your generation.
The design is obvious, but I've never seen it any Sealy use a gun before.
What?
To be fair, I am quite old for the Sealy. Perhaps it's a newer thing. But the raven-crested head, that's clear.
Then it is as you assumed, Hash, it seems. The Sealay are evolving, adapting. Firearms are more readily available these days. Of course, it's harder to obtain by certain minorities, especially those of a certain grade. But that doesn't exclude them from common craft, at least from those who know how to make them. Or if you're someone who has ties to smiths of a kind, like the church. As Hush would be a bit pestered by Pater here, just kind of elbowing him and just motioning to you, Celia and Kelric, before Hush kind of gives a small...
Yeah, well, you fucking... I'm not gonna actually say that. That would be horrible.
Oh, God.
But I can hear it in my head.
Yeah.
That's so fucking funny. Dinkleberg.
as Hush kind of gives like that small before just kind of more in a presenting kind of manner to the both of you, showing and kind of just going over details. The sparking mechanism here is blunted. While that's normally fine for more cheaper makes, from the way it seems, this is more so a sign of overuse. Additionally, as they kind of grab onto it and kind of finagle it a bit in kind of more wider motions, it's loose, suggesting that it need to be adjusted. However, it's not. Additionally, the amount of powder within suggests some use of gunpowder, or at the very least, something that operates similar to gunpowder. And stock and everything is manageable, albeit you wouldn't know. Though oddly, with the barrel, there would at least be some level of residue, some sign that it was fired. Yet for some reason, it only appears in the early part of the rifling here, whereas everything else seems purely clean. Oddly so. Though the most Dandel thing here, as he's just looks like he's going to try and snap it, but you're noticing it more kind of slightly bends with his grip. It's flexible. Something that most, if not all, firearms had not been able to achieve to any degree. Either, as far as I'm aware, and as far as any of us aware who are not sanctioned casters, this might be some form of attachment, or something is different in regards to its craft.
I want to show it to the beetle. He's our best gun guy.
You know firearms.
Hold out his foot walking.
That's what I heard shot earlier.
I am trained with firearms.
As he now goes to you, Batoris, and Batoris, because you know firearms, roll me insight or investigation with advantage.
Let's see what I'm better at here. Good insight it is. 16.
16. But Taurus, with a 16, you're able to tell that for the most part, everything he's described is odd. The fact that certain parts of the barrel seem to be more where the actual remnants of what you can definitely see is black powder usage here. But even then, that also makes what he says all the more concerning, as it should have filled the entire barrel, less than just collect in the single spot that it has. Moreover, when you actually try to get a feel for the stock and everything, actually taking it out of his hands to get a feel for it, it's odd but manageable, like he says. Though it's when you actually try to bend it a bit that you realize this isn't normal. It's exactly as he said. It shouldn't be able to bend like this as the way it is. In fact, from what you can make of the bits of metal, everything should be steel. This seems to be this is steel and oak. Yet, why is it allowing you to bend it?
When you mean bend, do you mean the barrel itself is bending, or what do you mean?
Essentially, basically the entire front portion of the gun, of the rifle, is able to bend 30 degrees in either direction, which should not be possible.
And you said there's only black powder residue at the front?
Yes.
In the front of the barrel?
Yes.
It is a weird ass fucking gun.
There is. I wish I had tools, because then I would be opening this motherfucker up to see if there's a gap.
Actually, because actually, of those a more educated background, in which case, Celia and Syra. Hello, you two, are you awake?
I'm barely functioning. What?
I'm sorry. Do either of you two want to make a insight or investigation check at all, or actually, I guess in your guys' case, investigation or history?
What?
For this fucking gun that should not be able to bend.
I'll do history.
History would be the best bet.
Great. Amazing.
Celia, you do not know what this. Celia, you have no fucking idea what this is.
I was only barely trained on firearms.
I'm
not
the one training you.
Well, no, you're not the one who trained me. I was trained when I was younger. You're just filling out the training even further.
I'm making sure you get better.
You're refining the details, essentially. Yeah, but Syra is gone, it seems. So they can make it later.
Oh,
I'm still here.
Syra, roll me investigation or history for this fuck ass gun.
I just didn't think I was gonna be a part of that, so
yeah. There is a bendy gun over here.
The gun is able to bend and
history.
Is it okay?
That's a 14. It shouldn't be that low.
Yeah,
14. Syra with a 14. As I actually have to check my notes again here. You will get bare minimum information.
Why the fuck does the church need to know about firearms?
Spyra,
the church has firearms.
You've vaguely heard mention of something that is more akin to this. It's odd, though. From what you're able to see from it, the actual wooden parts itself don't seem to be fully bending. Though you definitely can tell that the parts of metal are are the ones that are likely a reason why it's able to bend to begin with, but you don't exactly remember what this is. In fact, given the fact you are able to sense magic, there is no magic being sensed at all from this weapon. However, you do know it's likely due to the more metallic material that, as far as you're aware, looks like steel.
Okay. What deal with the devil did you have to make to make metal bend that way?
To be honest, I wish we knew.
That was out of character. I said
Oh.
out of character. That was
Okay,
nice.
okay, recalling that line. Hush, eat your words.
Wait. What about faceless material? Faceless can shift in form into whatever they want. What if it's made out of faceless?
As far as actually begins to kind of growl at that. That would make sense. Given the fact faceless, especially later stage ones, can produce their own metal. At least something more akin to metal. But the actual requirements to acquiring them are rare. And even then, if one does not harvest them quickly enough, they might allow themselves especially to be caught by a nest or a brood of some kind. Unless they have a way of isolating it. What do you mean? Hush responds back to Pater. Think about it. There are very rare instances in where faceless metal can actually be required. Moreover, given the fact that they are, in essence, a form of pseudo-metal, yet still retain the properties of such, one could argue that they are more akin to metallic flesh.
Hold on. Could somebody fetch me one of my blades real quick? I want to compare the two metals.
Thomas, if you would.
Farmus makes the noise as they just actually begin to uninvisible as Hush and Ferris immediately begin to just take a defensive stance. He's like, Is Farmus being punished for taking a nap?
No, I just need you to go grab something.
What does Vittori want Farmus to grab?
Go grab Telric's weapon. It's over there.
Isn't it in wagon?
It's behind the wall near Kuya.
Okay. Kuyo, Farmus is coming past you to grab weapon. Okay. They will grab the weapon. And as they're approaching back, all of you will hear from Hush, just like, you have a child with you.
It's a complicated situation with that one.
Don't get that twisted.
Farmus is more than a child. Farmus is, spoiler.
Spoiler.
None of your business.
Actually, I believe you shot them earlier.
Wait.
They didn't.
I saw I shot something that tried to look like a fox. Yes, that was Thomas.
You shot the
No.
other child as well. Points to Q.
It's a child.
Yes.
Anyway, about the
What happens when
blade.
you shoot first and I questions later?
Oh. All right.
Oh, we'll
as
introduce you in a minute.
as Thomas just hops off Batoris again and just kind of just more aggressively tries to move Hush to the side, not budging, but just Kelric, Batoris, and Celia, you can tell because you're more close to him. You can tell behind his goggles he is making a pained expression, just like, "What? No, no."
I feel bad now. Fuck. I shot a kid. Fuck.
I'm the villain here.
I'm an asshole.
I shot 2 kids.
Good.
Handing you your weapon, Kelric, as Thomas just kind of just goes like, kind of just looks over to Hush and just does the bleh motion before just trying to act cool, jump back on Batoris, kind of failing a bit, just like just kind of scampering up before on your shoulder again.
Dark doesn't take it out of the sheath, but will hold it next to the gun.
There doesn't seem to be any kind of resonance. At first, though, Kelric, specifically, this is for you.
Okay.
Make me an Arcana check.
Arcana check.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, something good.
No.
God.
I am going to use an inspiration.
I
Man,
would.
If only your wizard was somewhere nearby.
Fuck.
Wow.
Well,
That was my.
for what's worth, that was your last inspiration?
Yep.
Oh god. Well, at the very least, you're Seali, so you at least get something.
Yes, Moth, we have Lotus. He's our wizard.
He's been in the cut the entire time waiting for the all clear that it's safe to come out.
In the cart.
Stay in the cart.
Yeah, that's why he's staying in the cart. He's prone in the cart.
No, it's just repeating what fucking Batoris said.
Right.
But anyway.
Who I
So
I'm moving the
with,
cart.
with an 11, at the very least, you at least get some information. Or rather, feeling.
Cart's gonna be right here.
Kelric, as you put your sheathed blade near the rifling, you notice something odd. There's less so resonance and more vague hostility. In fact, you feel a vague sense of your kin with your weapon. Obviously, it's been that way since the beginning, but because it's so close to the rifle now that you're not alone with it, it feels odd. On one hand, there's still that vague sense of a part of you, extension. But at the same time, there's almost that sense of rage, hatred towards it that you kind of feel. In fact, if not for your current state, part of you almost wants to twist the barrel like you are snapping its neck.
They don't like each other. For some reason, my blade is reacting to. It's not happy about it.
What do you mean?
know. It's just I get a feeling from it.
Well, if it's made similarly to how your weapons, if you can even call them that, are made, and I don't see a reason why they would hate one another.
Unless they're territorial.
Territorial.
If the theory is correct that the weapons we have are made of faceless, then they'd want to.
Well, then they would have their own defense. They would probably defend themselves from other faceless as well. Be territorial about what they claim as their property.
I'm no Pyrrhic, but they're not far off. Faceless themselves have their own sense of clan, family, in a sense. Though, while Faceless, especially during their mating seasons, can combine their clans, it's, for the most part, especially during the off-seasons, they tend to be more hostile to those who are not of an adjoined, allied, or often than not, oppository clan. If not for the fact that they were more akin to animal, well, one would argue that they're almost tribal.
I have an idea, but I have zero.
Well, I have zero knowledge on if it'll work or not.
What's Kelric doing?
Give me a bit. He's going to take a step back, sit on the ground, and I want to try and do what he did with the
Pel Chimera again, but with his own blade.
All right. In which case, I'm going to ask you Arcana. However, because of the nature of your weapon, and because there's someone who is more connected, in a sense, to things now. Hey, Kuyo!
What do you want?
Do you also want to do an Arcana check? With Kelric, with what he's doing?
What is he doing? Because I'm literally all the way over here.
Currently, he's kind of meditating with his blade in his hand.
Okay. Clay
remember-
doesn't know shit about magic, but I guess I'll roll my -1.
It's less that it's because it's magic, and more because it's spiritual.
We win these.
That was a 19 roll.
Well,
Never
shit.
punished.
Okay.
And what if?
Always taking our luck.
All right, Kelric, you roll your Arcana, or you roll. Well, unfortunately, empathy is not a thing, but insight can work.
I would much rather roll insight. And do I get advantage?
Because you're the one enacting it, and because of what you are capable of, yes.
Who'd lost?
I don't know.
Probably the
Is that
bot.
the bot?
It was pizza.
Oh, it's was the call.
Pizza was here. I
Okay.
didn't realize Pizza was here.
They said
Alright.
nothing the entire time.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't. Anyway, with an 18 and a 22, respectively, Kuyo, while you're just observing and everything, and seeing and taking note of Kaurik, you suddenly get a familiar feeling now that you have the opportunity to. You sense something more one with nature, something more akin to what the shamans and druids of your old village once did. But you can't exactly tell what it fully is. However, you do recognize this feeling. Though, while the air was usually more still or full of life in some regards, this one feels more faint. nauseating somewhat, even. Kelric,
Yeah.
with that 22. You begin to feel something. Not really much of a presence fully, at least in the way that you felt the same with the Chimera. But you do feel something. It almost feels like a soul, but not quite whole. In fact, you can't help but recognize a familiar kind of energy. One you know far too well. A haze. There's no verbal response from the weapon, but you do get the feeling that it's acknowledging you.
So, kind of alive, but only spiritually.
Yes.
Hmm.
This is when I actually start playing music again.
Okay. Any other information needed, or just that?
No, you do. Well, what do you? Well, now that you're aware, and now it is aware that you're aware, what are you going to do?
What am I going to do?
Yes.
He's first going to ask mentally, where are you from? Let's do that mentally. If there's
No verbal response, but you do get that feeling. You do get that familiar feeling back at you. Less of a how it currently feels, but more like it's kind of more nudging you in regards of kind of like a ping. It's essentially showing what it is, and what you're seeing is all that it is. It is haze. It is a life in a haze, while still a weapon.
Hmm. Now I have to figure out if he does something.
Hmm.
Oh.
By the way, don't forget to move dead back to
He's
the cart.
going to channel.
Oh shit! I forgot.
He's going to channel his magic into it.
All right. I will not need to ask for a roll. As you do so, you simply feel that familiar feeling, but stronger. Like it is an extension of you. But now with with the now feeling that you have, that you are also an extension of it.
The haze.
Often.
The What do you know of Sealy magic?
We know that it inherently has something that is not possible. So we know souls, at least to some degree, are connected to the greater world, and in turn, some souls are affected, in a sense. Some can be pulled more in the direction of what nature can provide. Some are truly nature, some are akin to lightning. Some would say that they feel far more alive in the rain, suggesting a connection to water. But we know Seele are unnatural in this regard. They somehow have connection to death, something not connected to nature in its truest form.
The blade is also the same as the Sealy. The metal. It is a connection to what changes the magic of Sealy. We call it the haze.
It vaguely resembles steel, at least to a certain degree. At least from what the ones we've seen. Take it yours is no different?
That it is. Though, I don't know too much about the creation of them, but that it's a secret technique.
I honestly wouldn't even have one if it wasn't for a friend of mine.
Well, unfortunately, we don't fully know it ourselves. But we know something of its origin. Though that one can be attributed to Mr. Ferris over there. Don't refer to me as Mr. Pater. But he is right. The way they craft them at least has some connection back to, well, something that tribals of long ago once did. Tell me, you're aware of the modern day barbarian, correct? Berserkers, even?
I do. Think I've seen a few. Lance?
Your manlet of a friend unfortunately does not count as the way he is. But you're not far off. It is believed back in times of old in its origin, berserkers and in turn barbarians had a more secretive form of crafting, applying certain materials to their weapons. It has since been learned that oftentimes this was bones. Other times it dubbed in the forging process. Other times they were taken to seers, mystics even of their clans, in hopes of alluring a spirit of some more violent nature to assist them, in a sense, becoming a more deadly threat. While we have no concrete evidence that this is the same way, we do know that at the very least your craftsmen of such weapons have learned from the original barbarians, especially those of an old berserk nature.
Seems to have realized something.
The only reason we found this is actually thanks to an old orc historian. Though sadly he is no longer of this world. It's a shame, really. I actually liked him.
You say orc?
Yeah.
An old orc historian who is no longer of this world.
Wasn't there one of those guys on the cart with Callie and Moth?
There was an orc with them, yes.
Because I have no context for that. It seems we're gonna have to be doing research. Then we're here.
Whatever progress you make is progress we've already come to learn to some degree. But it would be pleasant to share note, I suppose.
Probably heard him to say. Like, actually physically hurt him.
I heard him to say because it also means working with Kuyo.
We should deal with the with the problem that's currently facing the city first.
If it's not already dealt with.
1 second. As Hush actually moves over to you, holding the gun out now, fully. You said.
No, this
You said.
No.
You said. The gun, the Sealy gun.
Yeah.
You said. You said these things were angry with each other, right?
Yes.
Then, as they kind of just flip it around, grabbing it by its barrel, not caring that it's slightly bending as a result. What happens if I do this? As he just kind of briefly briefly tings the bit of metal of the flintlock mechanism against the sword. Kelric.
Yeah.
You are going to actually feel and actually kind of hear something from that brief clang. Enemy, consumer of kin, threat, kill, kill, kill.
So, anyone with good enough eyesight could easily see through the slits of the mask. Korik is honestly terrified of what just happened and incredibly intrigued.
So what happened there?
It spoke.
That's good.
Right. Consumer of kin. Kill, kill, kill. Also enemy.
So what? Say they are cannibals as well? We already knew that much. Hey, hush. Ferris, hush. More properly displayed with him, hush, please. All right. As he will now actually hold the gun properly and put it next to the blade. As Kubrick, you now see the haze around your blade become more quickened, more like the haze is acting more like a winded fog. It's rushing around, almost feeling aggressive. But if you look towards the gun itself, you notice a similar kind of haze, but no. That's not haze. It looks like haze. In fact, if you look at it just more normally, it would have just you would have thought it was haze. But no. It's imitating it. Some form of false haze. Something that feels less in haze and more consuming.
May I reach for the gun? If it even makes you feel comfortable, you may point your gun at me.
Grab it by the barrel.
Kirk takes off his glove before he reaches slowly.
All right. As Kelrick slowly reaches towards the gun, and as you begin to make contact with it with your bare hand, I'll ask a charisma save.
A charisma save?
Yes.
That is what my best thing, but part of me kind of wants to fail.
It's up to you, buddy. '21. Will pass. Oh, go ahead, Patoris.
No, that was out of character. I
He was
wouldn't.
telling me not to just fail.
As with the 21, you will succeed. However, you do manage to steel yourself enough as with it grabbing onto it, and just for a moment cautious. Your readiness thankfully goes rewarded, but in a way that makes you more concerned, if anything. The haze, the fuming haze of this gun feels like it's wrapping around your hand, around where it's connected, and you can't help but hear it. Closer, closer, come closer. Why don't you come closer, closer? We're just like you. We're like you. We're no different. We're the same. Listen to us. We're one and the same, aren't we?
That's not haze.
It's not your kind's mana, is it?
York will just look up at Hush before just releasing the barrel.
As you're letting go, as the consuming haze realizes your intent, it starts going like, no, I like you. Trust us. Trust us. We're no different. Trust that.
Well, you found a good thing to go up against Sule, that's for sure.
This thing was left where Asile, where I was able to shoot Asile. There was a blood stain around, I will confirm. There are no sign of the Asile afterwards. Whatever blood trail they left behind dried up quickly. So we know that they are able to patch themselves up, at least to some degree. Some form of medically trained riflemen.
York's kind of just glaring at the gun.
You're still feeling that hostility you're still feeling that feeling earlier, but now it's far more intense. Kuyo, given the fact that you're still taking note of that feeling, you can't help but notice that the nauseating presence of it feels more intense. Because of your race and such, you thankfully don't feel any form of like, you don't feel the nausea of like wanting to throw up, but it definitely feels like if this was not spiritual, if this was physical to any degree, you feel like it would be choking your friends and allies at this point. There is nothing good about what you're feeling.
Bad juju.
Yep. Basically, yeah. Actually, that you're just feeling just bad juju all around right now from this interaction. Though, you'll actually note something, Kuyo. The scent that it's giving off almost smells like Hugh and Kithany.
You looking, Q, the reactions of these two, if they're even reacting to anything.
None of you are noticing this. None of you are, well, all of you are, you're all able to notice what's going on physically, but spiritually, only Kelric and Kyo know what's happening.
Oh, I meant like the two faces having a reaction to being in the presence of a gun made out of them, probably. I assume speaking of them.
They're not reacting. In fact, they haven't been near the gun enough to actually get a proper feeling or examination of it.
Garrick stands up, grabbing his blade by the sheath.
Mm-hmm.
These words may fall on deaf ears, simply for who I am. Destroy that.
I was actually planning on deconstructing it and trying figuring out what makes it tick. But I'll ask, why should we destroy something that could prove useful in understanding what the Sealy are currently doing? What benefit does that provide us?
Or at least for not giving food to something probably worse.
What are you implying?
That the haze, as powerful as it may be, is like prey to that. Like a trapdoor spider waiting for something to get close just so it can snatch it up.
As your kind knows about that creature. Though if it's an apt enough comparison, how would you recommend we dispose of this? You have more insight into how they're crafted than we could ever hope. Assuming you're one of the craftsmen.
I'm sorry to say, but I am not. I honestly know nothing about the crafting of these types of things. I got lucky and had a friend,
request one for me. Gave the information to a blacksmith that they trusted. I was never around long enough to actually learn this myself. I'll leave the disposal ideas to you, or to the ones who have found it. I'm merely giving my own advice.
As Pater actually needs to make a nature roll here. So thank you. He makes it.
Yeah, that looks like a success.
Pater's actually going to look to you, Kelrick, and ask, are you a druid of some kind, by chance?
No.
Damn, Moth died.
I am...
No, I moved to Sleepy Time Junction.
Okay.
Fair.
I'm
But yeah.
not sure exactly what the correct term. I think it would be sorcerer.
Alright.
But
In which case...
You
Hey,
went,
you
you
were
went away.
snoring, my guy.
No, it wasn't.
You were
Yes, you
breathing.
were.
We heard your breathing. It sounded vaguely like... Anyway.
Sorry, I guess.
They'll look
apologize.
toward... They'll nod for a moment before looking towards the rest of you. Are either of you familiar with spiritualism or druidic magic to any degree?
Breathes his hand.
That's one. Milady, just points to you, Cilia.
Am?
Nothing. Nothing. Understood.
He is deafened.
I might have run into a few, but can't be 100% sure.
Anyone else?
I'm not doing what I.
Cleo will look over, but he's not sure if he wants to be cooperative. Especially with that fuck over there.
Do you have proficiency in religion, nature, or arcana?
Is that a question?
The cleric, if they're proficient in religion, which they always get.
If I wasn't, I'd be a terrible cleric.
You would be a very terrible
I do also have proficiency in arcana, so yeah, I guess I do.
I also, I guess I raise hand and.
Alright. Well, in which case...
I'm surprised I haven't made a big deal about me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Thank God, actually.
In that case, Hush, can you pass along the gun again? Again. Yes, again.
Show it the class.
As he is passing it by around you, Batoris and Sarah, I'm going to ask you now with this information, either Arcana, if you have proficiency, if not, at disadvantage, or Nature.
Honestly, I'm not going to do Arcana. I am going to do Nature, though, because that is Batoris.
Understood. That's a 19, Sarah.
I will be at disadvantage, though.
Yes.
Oof.
I don't know
Ouch.
shit. I know the spirit world, not the natural world.
Taurus, you know something spiritual is happening. You can't put your finger on it.
Shut my face.
You can't put your claw on it, more accurately.
I have
feel
fingers.
your beetle claw fingers that can't think of what this is.
I suppose it's time for Kuyo to speak up.
Kuyo
crushes
as
his
he's
face like a
been
soda can.
as he's been sitting there nonchalantly behaving, as he'll go, whatever that thing is, it's no good.
No shit. Ferris.
That's no good.
It reeks of Soul Taker, which is what Kuyo's people call faceless.
And Sarah with a 19, especially after hearing that, you can definitely feel like the words of both Kuyo and what Kelrick had mentioned earlier. There is some sort of ominous feeling with this. Maybe something more akin to spirits, but you can't fully put your finger on it. Though, Rod, you definitely have the knowledge to know that what they speak is most likely truth in this regard.
He is right, though. It seems like it is made of faceless, unfortunately.
since you seem to be expert on it. As now that he moves here, Q
Instant death.
needs to make a wisdom save.
Gets Ash Baby.
All right, no,
Frame
not wisdom
one.
save. Needs to make Q needs to make a charisma save.
Charisma save. Okay.
Yep.
We check those. 16.
The 16. Q is going to somewhat more oddly move in the direction of Hush here as he goes like, hey, this is for the big man, not you.
Kui will put out a hand like that, like a hand, a palm out hand, like, oh, give her a moment.
Crushes his face.
Grabs his head, crushes it. Tiny he will look over to Q and go, what is it you sense?
Doesn't give much response, though you do see that her arm slightly extends forward as if trying to reach for it. Hush, being a bit cautious, is leaning a bit further back and goes like, hey, what are they doing?
What do I have to roll to kind of guess what she's doing? Out of character, I'm assuming she's trying to assimilate this to her body.
Something like that, but I will say this, for you, Kuyo, because you are quote-unquote dad, insight at advantage. Yep.
Advantage, Kuyo has... We take those. 16.
This isn't normally like Q. From what you recall, she would at least try to like give some level of expression, some kind of notice that she wants it or like wants to consume it to some degree. At least, especially in the way she's been expressing herself more in ways that she's learned from you and everyone else. She's usually more like a person when requesting for things. This seems something more primal, something more expected of soul takers.
She is tempted. She's charmed by it.
From what you can tell, she's being charmed to consume it.
Kuyo will reach one of his arms out and he'll flick Q on the forehead.
She can, with that,
metal against metal makes a little cling sound.
She will take a point of damage, though that will end the charm effect on her. As she just kind of what you can imagine is something more akin to her version of blinking before just kind of looking at the thing and slowly kind of drawing her weapons out. It's like, hey.
He does the like Adi's like hand gesture at her and goes, It seems this weapon, it brings out a primal need to consume it by the soul take. She seemed entranced by it. Like it wants to be consumed by one.
That's all I need to hear. As he begins moving this way and such, Hithne is going to take note. However, because it's not within the effective range right now for Faceless to be charmed by it. Kithne is actually going to attempt to make an insight roll, I feel, here. Excuse me as I get Kithne out here. And with a 14 against this thing's deception. With a nat 1. It's always the lore. It's always the lore things. Kissney, who I imagine is no longer hiding at this point, would actually, and especially, actually, I'm forgetting her. What's her full range of telepathy? Hang on. Give me a
I
second,
don't know
give me a
what
second.
you have it at.
Her full range of telepathy is 60 feet. So, excuse me, as a. As I get the fucking circle out for a second, just. I think that's everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's everyone.
What the fuck was that?
Telepathy.
That I was just double checking fucking Kithany's range of telepathy. As she's going to mentally ping to everyone who is an ally, and not to these strangers, unfortunately. It's like, that's not right. The thing wants me to eat it, but but in a way that I don't want to eat it. Is anyone else getting that feeling?
Eric would just nod since he is in line of view of Kithany.
Yeah. Now realizing Kithany's presence and Hush looking over, he's going to now make an insight on Kithany. Failing. Huh.
Yeah, because Kithany is really good at that.
Huh. Cute girl.
What? As y'all deal with that, I do have something I need to ask before I hop out here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we still doing our session tomorrow, Issa?
As long as everything's going right on Kali's end, finally, yes. We should be able to have session tomorrow. That's it.
Because I might be a little bit later than usual, but
Alrighty.
I'll try to get as close to normal time as usual.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I have interrupted enough. I will shut up now.
How dare.
Nerd.
Have a good night.
Anyway, see ya.
As Kithany a bit flabbergasted in all your minds, but we're going to ignore that. Whereas Hush here, just comes back to you, Kelric, looking like they're going to hand the gun over before tossing it to Pater, and go. So, from everything you've told us, this thing is made of metal, of a faceless. Moreover, it's giving off something more consuming, something more predatory, compared to your death mana. Haze, as you call it.
As far as we can understand, that is the prevailing theory.
Why was that to GM? But that was a nat 20. Fair. Actually, you with a large frame. What's your name again?
I'd be more specific than that, big dog.
Looking towards the fucking actually large man and the fucking beetle man here.
By the way, I'm supposed to be like not this big anymore, but
all right, yeah.
It's
Go,
fine.
put yourself back down. Put yourself back down.
Brother with his arms crossed, angry as fuck, shrinks.
As
Not so big now, he says, as Kyo
Who?
kills him.
I assume it was us that asked that.
No, Peter's that one asking.
Oh. Oh, I
Ask-
guess I
basically
basically
look-
introduce myself.
It's like looking to both you, both you and Kuyo, just like you look like you both with the big frames.
I am Taurus.
Taurus.
I am under Lady Dursk.
Paris, don't say it. Understood. Can I be so rude as to ask you and your four-armed ally over there to assist Ferris in the matter?
This one's Ferris.
Yep.
Yep.
You might not be.
Kui will
much
go.
obliged.
I'd rather fight the white beast again.
I'd rather fight the pale dragon. And
Good. We finally agree on something.
good.
You're willing to help.
Thank you. I'm going to heed the request of your friend here, presuming that you are friends more than allies. I'm going to say ally instead.
Rick is a friend.
Oh, good, you are. Oh, good, you are good people. In which case, I'm going to do something that many a gunsmith would find torturous, as he's going to toss it over to Ferris, and who is going to immediately just fucking punch it directly towards you, Batoris.
Okay. I grab it.
Can you please destroy that thing? It's an abomination and an insult to nature itself.
1 second.
Kuyo
Puts it on
will
the ground.
There's a visible dent and cracking in the wood where Ferris punched it. Batoris, what are you doing?
Yeah, custom order.
God.
As you just uncleave custom order, what do you? How are you doing this with the gun?
So he places it on the ground, and he's just gonna fucking vivisect it.
Sparks of lightning fly as this thing is essentially just split crudely into. Kuyo, it still looks like something can be made of it. As Batoris fucking raises the weapon once more. Do you wish to assist?
I think you got it.
Kuya's gonna get big again.
You're gonna waste rage on this.
As Ferris just kind of pushes Celia to the side, getting the other end, and just fucking just.
Oh god, okay, hold on.
Who remembers that
This is
old ass
going-
movie where it's the fucking slow mo and they're beating the fuck out of computer?
He's gonna
yeah.
be like, hey, let me borrow this. As he's gonna ask if we can borrow a custom order.
Let me get another entry.
Yeah, let me borrow this real quick. Does Batoris allow me to use custom order?
He handed it to you. He wants it back
Alright,
though.
cool. Oh no, he'll
Yeah,
give it
that's
back.
why
Clear
do I just
respects the weapons of others.
I just imagine that fucking JoJo scene of the three people kicking.
That's what
that
I'm
guy.
doing
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
Oh my god.
I am
So
making that meme right
Yes.
now.
I would like to make a small request.
Yes.
So, given how big custom order is, right? It was
Yes.
supposed to be a sword for a statue, right?
Yes.
And it's meant to be wielded two-handed, correct?
Yes.
So usually when something is wielded two-handed instead of one-handed, it does more damage, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if something's wielded four-handed?
I will say this now. Given your size and given when Kuyo does lift custom order, they are going to immediately notice how hefty it actually is and realizing Batoris is constantly lugging this thing around. That said, With the combined strength of all four of your arms, I will say this will be devastating.
Okay, cool.
I will request.
Koya's just gonna say, move. As he's just gonna swing custom order down.
Taurus, can you roll the damage dice twice?
Oh, sure. Give me a second.
Yes, please, if you could. There's a 25. There's a 30. That's 55. That's 55 slashing and 4.
There are
four
no
lightning.
ones in there.
Yeah.
The meme has been made, by the way.
As everyone else sees Ferris having one part of the gun, just kind of brutalizing it. You just see Kuyo just taking custom order. 2 hands, 4 hands,
wow.
and just kind of hitting, slightly cutting into the ground a bit, as it's basically just fucking eviscerated from both the impact and the blade itself.
I feel like the ground shook after that.
Slight tremor
Kind of
for
just
all of
pulls it off the ground and hands it back to Mataris like, thanks. I should give me one of these.
As with the combined effort of Batoris, Ferris, and Kuyo, being the madman he is, the legend, you all successfully destroy a cursed Sile weapon.
Dude, that shit was cursed. The way it was fucking acting.
Yeah, Kuyo was like, yeah, that's just some bad juju right there.
First weapons are fun, but they did not. Well, Kelrick was not going near that thing.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Kelrick,
yeah,
because of that 22 earlier as well, and because you are a Sile yourself, you can definitely tell. One, what they spoke earlier about how Sile weapons are crafted definitely shed some light into how these things operate. However, that also means whatever spirit or presence that was within that rifle was most certainly malicious. Moreover, given its more consuming nature, more predatory form, what do you think was likely happening to the Sile that was wielding it?
You said that that rifle was found by the Sile in the city.
It was, from what we could discover, it was likely used by the Sile. Given the fact that all we could find, that it was the only thing we could find alongside a trail of blood, or at least a small one. We confiscated it.
For our benefit and the Sile's, we need to find him or her.
Why?
If he wielded it, I can't imagine good things were going through their mind, even. And the Sile you've all described, it probably just made something. That gun probably just made something similar.
So what I'm hearing is that we're now facing an animal out of a Sile.
Probably.
Good. A reason to put them down like a dog even more. Ferris, what? We all agree. We all know what we're getting into.
We really should probably press forward and find them as fast as possible.
Though.
Immortality.
What
immortality?
What?
Immortality? Someone playing the video? Someone playing the mortality video?
Don't worry about it.
No, trying to find secrets of mortality. I see, Sarah. We'll help if we do. You're not getting it.
I blow everyone up.
Just imagine her just on her like phone scrolling,
Like, oh my god,
scrolling
Sarah.
through TikTok, and you just
Sarah,
hear.
phones
Bro,
don't
I
exist.
paused that
Sarah.
shit. It said no. I was
But
gonna
yeah,
tell them
oh.
about the monster.
Okay,
That
but
was.
oh god.
How about we don't tell them that?
That said, though,
Yo, how about we don't? Yeah, you're right. So when they get jumped, because we're gonna let them go first, we can just leave.
They're
No,
already
they're-
aware of that monster. I was talking about the other thing we dealt with.
but yeah, as
No, I was talking about
As-
that monster.
as it's being talked and such, Husk is actually going to look towards Pater, and Pater, knowing what Husk is meaning with this look, just nods and goes, well, since we've fought each other, worked with each other, and now destroyed with each other, Hush, I believe they've earned a modicum of trust. Wouldn't you agree? For now. And would you like to give them further details in regards to your knowledge as a sniper? The effective range of that rifle seemed to be somewhere within the ranges of at minimum proper operation of 120 feet. Prediction amount is likely within the 300 feet at maximum range, but at not a ideal condition. Especially under more windy conditions, it would have proven more harrowing. However, when noticing the rifle and such and the way it bends, it likely had some way of factoring in for wind resistance. Given the more tropical nature of this inner kingdom, it definitely seemed like all points were towards assassination, especially in regards to the locale that we found them. Do you want me? Well, it depends. Do you want me to spell it out for you? Hush. No. They're roughly within firing range of 400 clicks. Its maximum amount. Prime targets were either the town center, the church, one of the port windows of the Infinitus Church nearby, or proper view of the Dursk estate balcony.
He mutters to himself.
Mutters what?
He mutters under his breath. They'll probably catch it, knowing these perceptions. So the places that we were supposed to go.
Sounds like you all have something important in mind.
We're here to see her family, but also go to the temple of Infinitus.
Well, that does bode some level of illness. Hush, would you like to read out the names then? Who we believe the suspected targets are? Yes. In regards to Town Hall, there are several individuals. Laura Weiss, Andre Karin, and Louis Sefalt. These people have been more outspoken in regards to snitterism, and especially in regards to being more prudent with information and open showing of faith in regards to snitterism. Miss Weiss especially has shown Mrs. Weiss especially has shown a more direct hatred towards Sinterism, to a degree. Being a more devout feeler, being a more devout follower of Affinitus, or from what we've learned of this place's religion, a devout follower of Sol, the elder brother. In regards to the church itself, we've come to learn.
You can give me that after he's done speaking.
Yeah.
I wanted the proper spelling for my notes.
Oh no, these names are extremely easy. Actually, show me what you have.
I
believe it was Andre Schultz. I believe, yeah, no, it's.
Okay, hold on, give me a bit. Well, actually, no, this is perfect timing because the thing just died.
These are people who are speaking out against Schnitzerism.
Yeah.
I lied.
I literally have written here, feminine name, devout follower of Soul, devout follower of Soul, hatred towards Schnitter.
Okay. I have both of them.
Yeah. In regards to the open window, in regards to the more open window of the tower, we did talk to one of the fathers there, and this is an actual named NPC, so I will actually provide you the name here.
Okay. Father.
Father Yerold Halst.
I'm going to need that spelling. Oh, it is how I thought it was spelled.
Father Yerold Hartz.
Never guessed.
Hartz.
Wait, I recognize
Father
that
Yerold
name.
Hartz.
Add to dictionary.
I think I've heard someone use Yarrold before for like VRCRP.
It's a more old-fashioned name.
It is an old-fashioned name. You could probably imagine where it went.
Father Yerold had actually made mention that it was a spot that he regularly visited sometimes during his more morning times, whenever he remembered his husband. However, it is also a place where a couple other fathers, men and women, have also made a habit of. Though more damningly, we've learned that one of those who are more directly connected to Infinitus, the ones who are apparently allowed to worship Infinitus' name directly. Inquisitor Nolus Hyde.
Nolus. No. Not Bolis. No this. Oh, no this. No this.
The K is silent.
Saying no less.
Yep. He seems to be one of the more higher up in regards to the Inquisition efforts here. While the Inquisitorium that we've talked to have been more, how do you say, cooperative in the barest form of it, they were assholes, all of them. And that's coming from me. We have learned that their methods were thankfully more tactful compared to most other Inquisitoriums. They seem to be more actively inquisitive and actually try to talk with people. In fact, from the few records that were allowed public, already shows that they're actually willing to speak out in regards to. They're actually willing to speak with the people and show their findings.
They actually do their jobs.
Yes.
That's surprising.
It's rather progressive, honestly, given our times, but I digress. Nolas Hyde, on the other hand, however, while he's one of the more upper echelon, he also seems to be someone who, much like his fellow father, much like his kin with the fathers, is one who also mourns. He often visits there for late hours, especially after Mass. Or Mass, or Mass, as the rest of us would know it. From what I have been able to tell, we don't know who. We know, for instance, he does in fact mourn a lover, but that's something I actually forgot to share with you. What is it, Pater? Much like many others, he also mourns a lover, yes. He mourns his husband, Norin. Yes. Hyde is apparently not his name. It was his lover's. His husband's, more accurately. Interesting. He also agrees for the son that could not be brought forth into reality. I see. That one will not require a history check for anyone. Syra especially, as you would recognize that would mean that this Inquisitor and his husband tried to go through the sanctioned ritual of materialization, aka having a child be blessed upon them. Something that normally takes months to perform. And that requires both partners to be present.
In other words, it's the easiest method of letting gays have kids.
Yes.
I'm just not going to say a thing. Because, I hate how well we write the exact same goddamn thing.
Yep.
We have a bad habit of that.
But that said. So in other words, he mourns for not only mourns for a husband, but he mourns for his would-be partner in fatherdom. There's actually a bit of regret in Hush's tone saying that out loud. Kind of like in that more like, fuck, I shouldn't have addressed that, shouldn't I?
It is natural to mourn loss of family and love. There is no reason to be ashamed of that.
From what's understood, the westernmost tower to the far left is actually more used by those who are mourning their husbands. Its sibling tower is often for those who are grieving their wives. How are you so knowledgeable about this? I was going to be a father of Sinterism. Hush. It only makes sense I recognize the practices of other religions more carefully.
I will say, we have discussed much, but what is our next steps here?
I haven't finished the list.
Oh, hell.
There's two other names. And
Keep
in
going.
regards to for the balcony of Dursk Manor. Lady Amanda Dursk.
Amanda Dursk.
A bit more foreign. Suggesting she's definitely from a bit. Suggesting she's more married into the family.
It is the one. Would I know this name?
This given, well, okay. I will not ask for a roll. You can more easy. You can kind of more. You can kind of more like take a very good guess. That's probably her mom. Lord Hubert Dursk. Or as he prefers to go by, Lord Hubert Amadeus Lohan Yellens. Hush. Sorry. Want to make fun of him.
I didn't like me having a hard time trying to just say the name while.
Shush you, this is old ass lore.
We're gonna have a talk after session.
Fuck you. The name Amadeus has existed for a long ass time. Fuck you.
Know. Just weird that you suggested that.
Not even suggested. This is shit I wrote years ago. Anyway, I'm not platforming. And finally, the one we believe might actually be the target, given their importance to this kingdom. Court magistrate and caster of the king. Leonidas Leonard Dursk.
Man, Sam, why are you not here?
It's a shame that Sam has disappeared.
He's been that way for, I think, a couple hours now.
He might be asleep. He might have passed out.
Which, if Sam was here, yeah, no, that's her brother. That's her brother.
Yeah, I recognize the name.
Man, this is honestly, this is a little awkward because Celia should be fucking reacting to this shit.
Absolutely.
Sam.
At that point, I feel like someone should freaking message them just to make sure.
Try.
It's okay. I'm already.
All right, thank you, Brad.
So 3
This
locations.
is some hella important shit.
One most likely.
I'm writing this down.
One being the most likely. But
Yeah, because there's also
There's one more though.
And given the arrival of your presence, turning to Celia, who cannot currently respond, I take it you were invited.
Oh.
Assuming she asked invited. Ferris, I hate this.
Well, I think I remember. I don't think she's ever mentioned being invited here. I think she just. I think I remember she mentioned that she wanted that we should come here because of.
Because of relative safety. Yeah, that was the reason why we came.
But we also, but with this new evidence, we don't know if she was also just invited here now.
Yeah. And okay, because there's some shit that I can only make known once Sam is present.
Yeah.
I just realized I only had 2 hours to spare.
What?
Oh. You only had 2 hours of sleep.
This occurred to me.
That we only have
It
what?
just like suddenly occurred to me that I only slept 2 hours.
Oh God.
I'm
Well,
wondering how I'm functioning.
Very carefully.
You know, maybe we could have just had the last name be where we end session today.
Yeah, we should cut. I think we
You know
should
what?
cut
At this
here.
point,
Cliffhanger.
you know, at this point, yeah. Given the response and such, you know, I was given that this turned into more of a actual talk than a slaughtered. Yeah, no, I think we can confidently end session. Fortunately.
Especially since
Let me
kind
send
of need-
stream.
we need
away.
Celia here to continue this conversation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
A vital character is missing.
the most important person to this scene after Kelrick got done with his shit.
Excuse me, as I apparently have to close all these tabs I expected to make use of today.
So, thank you for showing up, chat.
Thanks,
Like,
chat. Thank you.
Like we were fine having Celia not be here, but once this shit happened, no, we can't.
Yeah, through
continue
Kelrick
this.
stuff, it was perfectly fine. Through this stuff, no.
Yeah,
we
no.
gotta. So, thank you for watching, chat.
Uh-huh.
This is a cliffhanger,
Hope
and
everyone
we'll
had a
see you
good
all
time.
next time. Yeah, hope you all had a good time.
And goodbye.